Daily Wire. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Gotta crack open my Rehab Monster. Monster Energy, sponsor me. And, how we all doing? Hello, Micah. Hello, Sweet Myths Music. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Lily Love Stuff. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, CCCC. Hello, Garrett Hunt. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, Ran the Fool. Hello, Explosion! Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, KBS. Hello, Paladin Lost. And my goodness, Paladin Lost, thank you for kicking us off with some BWA energy. With a $20 dono, even before I'm on screen. I, for one, very much appreciate the upfront oil, despite the fact that you're only going to be able to be around for about, 10 minutes. You're probably already gone, but if you're not, thank you very much. I appreciate it immensely. And CCCC, maybe I'll just say CC. Welcome. Always love to see a new subscriber in chat. Let's see here. Hey, Carso. Hey, Very Knifey Duck. You have Crunch and Munch? I'm old, I have no idea, I just found this channel by accident and keep coming back, as they say. Well, I like when new people find the channel. It's very small. I've been streaming for years, but I've only really gotten serious about uploading content to YouTube in like the last year or so. And I've been trying to make sure that we have new videos coming out every single day. That's been very difficult without an editor, but I've still been making it happen, and it's gratifying to know that at least my work is reaching more people on YouTube. Yeah, we're closing in on 10K over on Twitch, so we're catching up over on YouTube. We're gonna get you, Twitch. Hello, Kiwi Burb. Hello, Hunky Gal. Yeah, we got CC over in YouTube chat. Everyone, say hello. This music has analog horror vibes. Yeah, the music you hear in the opening is, of course, courtesy of Chill Boy Beats, a wonderful synthwave remix channel on YouTube. I encourage you all to go subscribe, give his music a listen, like the videos, etc. Do the things, because frankly, it's really nice that he allows his music to be used for stuff like Twitch and live streams. Yeah, how we all doing? Happy Valentine's Day, folks. And if, you don't have a Valentine today, I'm your Valentine, all right? Hey, Priscilla. I love you all lots. Aw, it's really sweet. Hey, non-binary. And Ran the Fool. Nya. Oh, sorry. Nya. It gets delivered better when I'm not wearing an old sweatshirt and don't feel sick. Is CC from Long Island? I have no idea. Metal Kitty Mom is my Valentine. Excellent choice. But yeah, I woke up today sick as a dog. I had like a temperature of like 102, which is not great. But it has come down, and I've been taking fever reducers, so I'm doing a little bit better. My fever is gone now, so I figured I would take a shot at streaming for a bit to see how much gas I have in the tank. It's okay, folks. But if I sound like a little congested, my throat being sore yesterday was not in fact because I ate Taco Bell and had like too much salt or whatever. Thanks, Micah. Hey, winners and losers. Spending Valentine's Day with my fruit flies. I can't tell if that's sweet or not. I hope that the fruit flies are there by choice. I mean, obviously, by your choice. Not my choice? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that changes the dynamic quite a bit. I don't know. I was wondering if you're raising like fruit flies or something. I think it's cat barf in the closet. That's my latest and best theory. Damn. Well, I hope you're able to track that down. Fruit flies need love too. It's true. You know, you're doing the charitable thing. Hey Migs, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. You do live above a dumpster. I mean, both those things would probably not help. I mean, it wouldn't help you. It would help the fruit flies a lot. Hey, Squirreliconi. Life's a journey. If you have apple cider vinegar and an old water bottle, you can make a fruit fly trap? First I've heard of that. That sounds cool. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, Felipe Agost. My Valentine's Day was rough. My flatmate was engaged in vigorous physical activity with his girlfriend on Valentine's Day, resulting in an extremely distressing and uncomfortable auditory experience. Well, damn, I hope you have some decent headphones, or were able to take a walk at least. Been trying to break myself out of my introvert shell. Doesn't help that I have PTSD. By going out to bars and talking to guys I think are cute. Metal Kitty Mom, that's an excellent way to do it. You know, it really does help to get out there and flex your social muscles. Has it been working a bit? Are you getting more comfortable talking with folks? I don't know who you guys are talking about in chat. Ah, deep lore. Gotcha. I wanted to be polite. I mean, you don't have to listen to somebody else having sex to be polite. You can just like put on headphones or like leave the apartment, go for a walk or something. The sweatshirt sells it harder. Excellent. Happy Valentine's Day, CN. Hey, Salmon Moose. Are you not even listening? I don't. You've been spraying the fruit flies with bleach spray, and then I almost dripped on top of my monitor. Damn. Could be vegetable flies. True. Those bastards. Took a chance and flirted with a lady recently. Lovely woman, and now you have a pen pal? Hell yeah! Burn the apartment to the ground is the best option. Yeah, maybe. It can definitely feel like that's the case if you're stuck in a situation like that. When you're pleasuring yourself and then suddenly your roommates start having loud sex, should I stop? Is it rude? I was here first. My God. The ethics of communal living. Crystal Hazer, hello. I'll keep devising sinister traps and devices to handle this issue. Honestly, winners and losers, I feel like you're describing what would be an instant cult classic hit of a video game. Like your apartment is just infested with different pests and you need to like concoct silly and ridiculous traps and solutions to to get rid of them. but like they keep escalating in intensity, or like the creatures that are infesting your apartment keep getting weirder. Right? As I'm saying it, I would play this game. Yeah, just call it like Exterminator. Yeah, I think you could really make a really good indie game with that concept, you know? Like you can only solve the problem with what you have in your apartment, and like in between levels you can buy new equipment. I think this is great. By the end you just have slugs and cane toads. Well, I was thinking you'd get even weirder with it, you know, like ghost frogs and demon cockroaches, you know, like get weird and silly with it, like the Incredible Machine but with tower defense. Yeah, I like this concept a lot. Somebody in the community, I know you guys develop video games in here, okay? I know, you've told me, I've played them on stream. Make it happen. Your apartment is infested by centaurs, and by infested with centaurs, exactly one centaur. He's arrived and he simply won't leave. And he's eating all your cereal. A lawyer has arrived with an eviction notice. Uchronian, I'd love to play one of your games someday. Yeah, you suddenly learn to harness the power of fruit flies. You're able to tame them and train them to attack other household pests. I don't know. I like these ideas. The goal is to eventually close the portal to hell that is opened up below your apartment. You wake up. A centaur is standing in the living room, watching infomercials, elbow deep in the last box of Cap'n Crunch, just shitting on the floor. He looks at you. I can't fit in the bathroom, bruh. And then just turns to continue watching a ShamWow commercial. Poop falling out of his ass. Does anyone remember the Mr. Mosquito game? I feel like this is a similar concept, similar weirdness. I have what I believe to be an excellent idea for an app, but I have no way to make an app, and I don't have time to learn how or money to invest in it. I mean, you could just talk to some of the amazing people here who do like app design and game development and stuff. Maybe you could collab, you know? Oh my god, Mr. Mosquito. Right? Isn't that such a deep cut? Mr. Mosquito is just a game where you play as a mosquito and your only goal is to suck the blood of an entire family dry and drive them insane. It's great. Yes, Melanie, we're gonna be talking about that in a minute. My condolences, and I'm glad that you're safe. Okay. Isn't it possible to make an app for free? Yeah, if you have coding skills. A game that totally did not have a slightly sussy shower sequence. I think it was a bath sequence. Very knifey duck. Yeah, yeah, there was definitely some sussiness there. Lanzetta, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome. The We Had Deadly Creatures was a cool game about being a scorpion as well as a tarantula. That's true, I remember that game. This music is StarCraft? No, this music is the Hyrule Temple theme from The Adventure of Link, the Zelda 2. It's just remixed with synthwave. Hey, Rambe. See now, chat, isn't this so much better than talking about like literally any of the inter-streamer drama that's been going on for like the last week, 2 weeks, century, it feels like. My God. Yeah, drama refugees welcome. If you just need a place to stay where we're not going to be talking about like all of the shit that's been going on, like here you're welcome to be here. I do not care about inter-streamer drama all that much. Yeah, we're not talking about that stuff here. Don't ask me for my opinion on it. I've had to preface the last several streams by telling you guys this, but like, so I know most of you know this, but like, there's literally no good way for me to engage in a lot of the drama that's currently going around that is beneficial to me or to any of you fine folk. Trans girl Jade, like, it's been insane. It's insane out there. People are in full on, like, you know, blood for the blood god mode, you know? But if you like streamer X, you're a bad person. Didn't you know that? Well, I mean, I've already experienced like being like blocked by other streamers just for like using a hashtag and saying like I don't feel sorry about it. So, you know, it is what it is. The people in this space are going to dislike you for any number of reasons, so at least make sure that they dislike you for a good reason. Like, make sure that they dislike you because you're holding true to your principles. Isn't there a game Grounded? Yeah, there's a game called Grounded where you're like a tiny person in like the backyard. It's really cool. Is it that drama though? I mean, that's one of the dramas. That's not the only drama that's been making the rounds that I don't care to talk about. Like, for example, I'd rather people hate me because like I want to participate in electoral politics and build up like community organizing on the local and state levels so that we can like actually organize for like primaries in the future and like get more progressive candidates in power. I'd rather people hate me for that and like hate me because I want to make sure a fascist doesn't come into power. Like I would rather people hate me for that reason than like because of like bullshit Twitter drama. You know? So, yeah, there you go. That is my mandatory statement before the last several streams. There you go. Let's see here. All right, to kick things off today, we do have to talk about a pretty serious topic, which is that earlier today, Kansas City held a parade, and unfortunately, during that parade, shots were fired into the crowd. 22 people were shot in the explosion of violence, and one person died, 21 were injured. There is a little bit of video of the aftermath. You can't see anything here, but just to give you guys an idea what was happening at the scene. Hey, young Ralph. I don't know who Aaron Hernandez is. Let me take a Google. Very Knifey Duck, thank you for gifting a sub to Smelanie. Aaron Hernandez, the football player? I don't know anything about football, so no real opinion. Yeah, as you can see, absolutely horrible stuff. The victims of the assault include 11 children. It's awful, and apparently, apparently they have multiple suspects at the moment. They don't know exactly who was behind this. They have 3 people in custody. One of whom may have simply been a bystander who tackled an assailant. But this appears to have been a coordinated attack by multiple people. And yeah. I mean, apparently the one victim who has died so far was identified as one DJ Lisa Lopez, host of the radio show Taste of Tejano, for radio station KKFI, was killed in the shooting. And yeah, it's really, right now we don't know enough about what happened exactly. We don't know what the motive was. We could maybe attribute it to some sort of political motivation if we wanted to, but at this point I would say it's just too early to tell, you know. And like, I mean, at a certain point, I feel like events like this really break down the idea that like expanding gun access makes everyone safer. Like it can't possibly make us safer. It doesn't prevent stuff like this from happening, you know? It doesn't. There were 800 law enforcement officers there, people with training, people with guns. And that's just the law enforcement officers. I mean, if you take into account how many people in Kansas have guns, you know, there's a lot more people there who probably were packing. And still, there was a mass shooting. And no one was able to stop it until 22 people were shot. Do we know how he got the gun? We don't know we don't know exactly who the perpetrator of this is yet. They're still investigating. They haven't released new information as far as I know. And yeah. Kansas is full of open carry nuts, isn't it? Well, so Kansas City is in a weird position. Let me pull up the map. Need a map. Here's an image. So Kansas City. Oh, this is not a good map. Let me get a look here. I just want to give you guys a rough idea. This'll do. Okay, so just for people who might not know about the geography of what happened here, this is where Kansas City is. roughly. You know, that's a very big circle, but it's on the border of Kansas and Missouri. So part of the city is in Kansas, part of the city is in Missouri. In fact, I believe most of the city is in Missouri. I think this happened in Union Station, which is on the Missouri side. Yeah. So yeah, basically, I mean, what can we really say about this? Like, what would have prevented this if we had had 200 more people with guns? 1,000 more people with guns? No. What would have prevented this is like 100 other things, 100 other pieces of the support network. You know, we need like mental health care. We need more than mental health care access. We need like mental health care like funding. You know, we need people to be able to go. You know, it's not just enough to have the possibility of going. We need people to have like free at point of service mental health care. Right? That's something we could actually do, you know? Along with free at point of service medical care. RJ just posted something unconfirmed. Well, let's take a look. Because yeah, this is pretty breaking news. It happened about 8 hours ago, so new information is constantly coming out here. Yeah, apparently unconfirmed, Missouri Governor Mike Parson was last seen running from gunfire at the Chiefs celebration in Kansas City. Signed into law last August a provision that would nullify federal gun laws in the state. So, that's cool. Have we considered more thoughts and prayers? Yeah. It's really hard not to be just like incredibly cynical about this and to try and like put forward like useful suggestions for what we could advocate for going forward. But like, do we know anything about the shooter? No. Not at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's not enough to just have red flag laws, though that would certainly help. It's not enough to just have mental health care, though it would help. It's not enough to just have housing policies, though it would help. It's not enough to just have any one part of this. Like, the solution to mass shootings like this is addressing the underlying needs and concerns of communities. Because otherwise, all that expanding gun access gets us is basically giving anybody the ability to enact a shooting like this. Found the footage, posted it. Civilians tackle the suspected mass shooter at today's Super Bowl parade in Kansas City. Like, I mean, if this is accurate, right? Like, what ended the mass shooting event was not a good guy with a gun. It was good guys with courage, you know? It was people who, put their lives and bodies on the line to prevent this shooter from being able to continue killing people. that certainly looks legit. I mean, goddamn, they're like literal kids in strollers here. Fuck, man. I can't imagine anything scarier than being at a public event with your kid and suddenly gunshots start ringing out. Like, I can't. There's literally no other nightmare that I can conceive of that would scare me to the same degree. You know. How long before the right labels this one trans too? Yeah, I mean, I haven't talked about it a whole lot, but basically, conservatives' new go-to for mass shootings is to just claim transgender people did it. There was a mass shooting a few days ago where the shooter, like, it was initially reported that the shooter, there was, like, I guess, uncertainty about the shooter's pronouns or something, and in like a press release, and conservative media for the next week has been talking about how, well, actually, this was done by a transgender person. And it turns out, no, it was done by like a cisgender lady. Like, it's a fun time to be trans, where people are on social media calling you, you know, either a pedophile or like a mass shooter in training. It's a fun time. This is why I'm not. This is why I haven't been talking about these issues very much. They bum me out and they make me want to like cry and like not be visible. You know, I try to do my best to be able to get out here and cover the news every day. But man, stories like this break my heart. It's there's something about like just the chaos in this image. And yeah, no, look, I don't know for sure if they managed to tackle the shooter, but that absolutely looks like they did. Was it that guy in the white hat, or was the guy in the white hat trying to... Yeah, I think it might have been that guy in the white hat we saw. Deeply distressing stuff. Back in my day, mass shootings were rare because there was an assault weapons ban. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what weapon was used here. Honestly, if it was a coordinated attack by multiple people, it could have. We could be just talking about handguns here. Handguns have the ability to shoot a lot of bullets very quickly, even if they're not assault rifles. You know. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that story yesterday in Non-Binary, but like, it's really hard being a trans person, and every day you wake up to a new story about how conservatives are making up like propagandistic lies to try and convince people to murder you, and by painting every trans person as a pedophile. And then you see it like enacted in real life, like the story with the 18-year-old trans girl who was at a roller rink and got stabbed 14 times by a group of people who like went after her because she was trans. You know, like, it's just so much is going on here, and like, this is awful. The gunshots sounded like an automatic. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I would like more information about what happened here, but we're probably not going to get that until tomorrow, or maybe later tonight. It sounds like, at the time of this posting, which 10 p.m., like 30 minutes ago, seems like perhaps they're just trying to figure out what the extent of the damage was, who was injured, all of that jazz. I had to take a break from Rhizome's stream last night because he played Drew Hernandez covering the Houston shooting and it was rough. Yeah. It's true, handguns can do a lot of damage quickly too. There are semi-auto handguns protected under Heller. Well, yeah, I mean, the reason I would say perhaps a handgun is because it seems like these, especially if like one of the shooters or one of the people involved with this could be tackled in the first place. It would seem to me that like they couldn't have gotten away with just carrying around an assault rifle, but multiple handguns probably, you know? It's not impossible that it could have been an automatic or semi-auto rifle of some kind, but like that would be harder. So anyway, make sure you guys are staying safe, and I'm really grateful, Smelanie, that you're doing okay. You know, at the end of the day, all we have is each other, and I want us to keep each other safe as much as possible, you know? One way we can do that, of course, is by, like, supporting each other, like, financially. Like, the other day when Paladin dropped, like, swooped in and, like, paid for, like, a dental appointment for someone in chat. Another is, like, checking in on each other to make sure we're all doing mentally okay. Another thing we can do is just, like, listen when people need to vent their problems, or, you know, send like a meal or something. Like, we have the ability to be much better, and I hope that this community can be a place where like y'all can band together and feel safe with each other. And if you can't feel safe with anyone in this community, please let me or the mods know so that we can take action to make sure that this is a place where we can maintain kind of this circle of trust, you know? I'm a terrible listener, but I mean well. That's okay, Kiwi Burp. Yeah, we stand and fall together. Exactly, Gamer G. Hey, Abyssal Liss. Unless you have the tanky virus, in which case we will expel you. True. All right. I'm trying my best, Rambe. I know I don't have like the largest platform around, but I do want to do what I can with what I have, you know? All right. Can we... All right. This one's, we're starting to get more into some brain rot. And I promise at the end of a little bit of brain rot, we'll have like a little sanity break and then more brain rot, okay? But to start things out with just kind of an insane palate cleanser, you all remember Owen Benjamin, right? Owen Benjamin, we've talked about him a couple of times here, mostly because he keeps trying to argue that nuclear weapons are fake. And we did a whole video about that recently. Because it resurfaced due to a video by one of the science YouTubers, one of the big ones. The guy who looks like Thor. I don't remember what is that channel? Guy who looks like Thor. You know, science YouTuber. Come on, chat, help me out here. Kyle. Yes. You are correct, but what's the name of the channel? My God, I'm having a brain fart right now. Kyle is saying Kyle is not helping. What's the name of the channel? Kyle Hill. There we go. Thank you. I think his channel is just Kyle Hill. Because my brain is so politically brain poisoned right now that I hear the word Kyle, the name Kyle, and I'm like, ah, yes, Kyle Kalinske. No one else could possibly be named Kyle. Kyle Hill. Kyle Hill did a video about kind of in response to Owen Benjamin and like this whole conspiracy of like nuclear weapons being fake. And we went into it, and really, like, Owen Benjamin is like just straight up a Nazi. Like he's a Nazi. He pretends to be a comedian, but he's just a Nazi. And and he is now going somewhat viral for a tweet because, of course, he got reinstated on Elon Musk's Twitter. But let's just take a look at this because it's a lot. Quote, picking cotton and singing songs outside and coming home to a hot meal from the farm sounds like heaven. I'd love that life. Sure beats getting cannibalized in Africa. So let's just pause there because there's so much more to this. This is him doing the slavery apologia turned up to like 12. Because this is actually like especially if you like go to the American South, which I've been there a couple times, you will encounter white people who are like, oh yeah, slavery wasn't actually that bad. Like slaves went out in the fields, they sang songs, they were happy, and then they got a free meal. They got free meals and lodging. Like it was pretty good. There are people who sincerely believe that, right? Owen Benjamin believes in nothing. All he has in like his soul is Nazism, right? And so all he's doing here at the opening part of this is like casting his net to try and trap as many of those, white people who just, went through an education system that taught them that slavery was actually pretty good for black people. And, he's casting his net specifically to recruit more people to become Nazis. Like that's like his entire thing, right? Sadly, having grown up in Alabama, some of those people were my relatives. Yeah, like this is a thing. And if you are, from like a more like a city, or from more northern parts of the United States, you might not have ever encountered this idea, but it's shockingly real and rampant across the entire American South. Right? And let's continue here because it gets worse. I mean, oh God, we didn't even mention the part where at the end he's like, sure beats being cannibalized in Africa. And like, this plays into kind of this evangelical idea that Africa is a wild, savage place where people like live in mud huts and then they like pick up spears and they go and kill each other and eat each other's flesh, right? When that's not how life in Africa was. Like, people weren't eating each other. Like that wasn't a thing. Right? You can maybe find like fringe examples of it, but to say that was like the norm in Africa in like the 1800s is like wildly incorrect. Wildly incorrect. There are still some people today who think that Africa as a continent, outside of like South Africa or Egypt, is just mud huts and people like doing ritual magic and like stabbing out each other's hearts and eating them. Like they and this is particularly common a belief in evangelical Christianity, because evangelical Christians often place an emphasis on evangelism, oddly enough, in the name. And part of the pitch of becoming a missionary and evangelizing is basically sending young people off on missionary work to Africa. And part of the pitch is, well, we're going to rebuild the African infrastructure. We're going to build a well. We're going to build a schoolhouse, you know? And part of the marketing, because these things are big enough and well established enough to be like entirely marketed campaigns, part of the marketing of it is portraying these people as poor primitive savages, which like they're not. Like, you can just Google like any country in Africa, and it turns out that they have like huge, well-developed cities. Like, and like every city, they have problems that they're constantly working to overcome and solve. Fuck, I never even realized that. Yeah, no, it's like part of the marketing of evangelical Christianity, you know? And I know this because like my dad got really into that stuff. There's an organization in particular called is it just World Ministries? Is this it? I don't think that's it. It's like World something or other. And they like market like, oh, instead of giving your relatives a gift, you could just buy a cow for a family in Africa. Like through like the Christian church. Yeah, it's not just like a like Latter-day Saints type of thing. This is rampant across all of evangelical Christianity. Yeah, Shai Hulud. It's similar to those, like, for just $2 a day, you can feed 500 starving African children. Like, a lot of this is related to perpetuating colonial stereotypes. So again, I know that was like a lot of words to explain like a really stupid sentence, but that's where that particular framing is coming from. It's coming from that place, and it's meant to appeal to people who have already fallen for that propaganda from their churches, I bet those early American Christian settlers genuinely thought they were helping these people. Imagine if someone went back in time and showed what happened. So, I mean, we're just going to stop there. I need to be very clear about this. Early American Christian settlers were not like comfortable with slavery. Okay? What we see at the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade is people who are engaging with it because they are able to reap massive economic benefits from it. Damn the consequences. But what you can see through like the course of like centuries after the initial establishment of the transatlantic slave trade is a constant development of intellectual and moral defenses of slavery. And those needed to exist in order to like convince people not to feel uncomfortable keeping people as property. This the entire idea of like phrenology, of like the inherent inferiority of Black people, of the idea that like Black people were lesser than, all of this was literally like designed to protect the idea of slavery, because if they're lesser people, well, then they deserve lesser treatment. They don't know any better to expect anything better than what they're being given as slaves. And it is, I mean, you can find this in like even early American Christian thought. Like this point that he's making here is so weak that you can like go back and you can find early Americans or even, early Europeans talking about the transatlantic slave trade and objecting to it on moral grounds. People back then knew it was evil too. The issue was that there was a huge financial incentive to come up with, philosophical and intellectual frameworks to justify the cruelty. So let's keep going here. Imagine if someone went back in time and showed them what happened. That they now feel entitled to free money forever because of the kindness given to them by the early Americans. So just stop here. The kindness that he's referring to here is slavery, their enslavement. He's framing their forcible kidnapping and enslavement as beneficial kindnesses, And like more so than that, he's trying to say that like African Americans in the current day expect free money forever because of that kindness, which like I've never met an African American who has expected free money forever. That's not a thing that exists. Like even African Americans who advocate for reparations generally aren't advocating for getting free money forever. They have actual policies. They have actual policy goals. But yeah, again, this is like what a fascist looks like. It's just that Owen Benjamin is incredibly blunt about being a fascist, which makes him easy to identify. But there are plenty of people, plenty of American conservatives who agree with every single point he has made so far. And in fact, I would argue that many of the American mainstream conservatives believe everything he has said. Possibly even a majority. Let's continue here. It's so insane. Cotton is one of the lightest crops to carry. The Irish had to dig potatoes in the muck, and I guess this is just a typo. The blacks basically just carried around pillows and sang songs, and now they want an apology. Such assholes. So yeah, his main point here is actually that the real beleaguered people of the earth are the Irish. Because they had to dig for potatoes, ignoring the fact that like black people were also enslaved to farm potatoes. Like that wasn't unique to the Irish. And second of all, like harvesting cotton is one of the most like laborious crops to harvest. Like, yeah, the cotton itself might be light, but getting that cotton is a huge pain in the ass. Hence the desire to have free labor do it. Like it's one of the hardest plants to harvest material from. And he's upset that black people would want that like African Americans in America would want an apology for their enslavement, for hundreds of years of being turned into property. And like, I mean, part of what is so disgusting about this, right, is that if you actually know anything about American history, and specifically like the slave trade in American history, you know that like there was a period of time during which slavery was still legal in the United States, but shipments of new slaves were cut off. And what happened during this time was that essentially the slave trade continued to flourish within America because different plantations would set up breeding programs for enslaved people. Because when they're slaves, they are owned. Right? And this is something that gets glossed over a lot in like American history classes. But they were literally treated as property, including up to and including their ability to procreate. You know, like it goes beyond just like masters raping slaves. It was forcing them to rape each other under penalty of like death and torture. And this is the kindness he's talking about. Like, he's just like, oh, haha, yeah, they just had to carry pillows and sing songs, haha. And the worst part about it is, again, to reiterate, this is not that far off from what mainstream conservatives think about everything he said. He's just saying it very, very explicitly. This is why the mainstream conservative movement right now, which is fascist, keep in mind, is evil. It's why we need to oppose it at every possible turn with every tool in our disposal. Because people like him will be given power if that fascism is allowed to come into fruition. Well, Crystal Hazer, a lot of people have never even seen a cotton plant. A lot of people in America, no idea what cotton looks like or how hard it is to pick. There were massive concentration camps established post-Civil War, essentially death camps on par with the Holocaust, or rather American extermination policies, and camps fueled inspiration for the Holocaust. Yeah, I mean, also Shakespeare, like, I mean, all of this is, I'm talking in relation to, like, Owen Benjamin's tweet here. But, like, yeah, at some point, it'd be nice to do a nice... I think it might be good for us to do a deep dive into all of the ways America paved the way for the Holocaust. A lot of people in America, we like to pat ourselves on the back for like, oh, we won World War II, but we absolutely don't take credit for pioneering all of the ways like to destroy people that went into creating the Holocaust that we were behind, you know? What does that have to do with today? Wait, what does what have to do with today? Happy to answer the question if I have a specific to latch onto. Yeah, I mean, like, we can talk about how the gas chambers were invented by the United States to gas migrant workers from Mexico, with enough chemicals to make people sick every day, but not quite enough chemicals to kill them. Exactly, Sweet Miss Music. You know what I'm talking about. We even used the same chemical used to kill Jewish people. What does the cotton have to do with today? Specifically, we're talking about this tweet where Owen Benjamin, a neo-Nazi, talks about how picking cotton is actually super easy, and slaves were being done a kindness by white people. So that's what it has to do with today. People today think that slavery and picking cotton was good for black people. That we did them a favor by stealing them from their families. There we go. Oh God, really? Yeah, really. There was, in a nutshell, there was essentially a fear of foreigners driven by germ theory gaining more mass adoption, and essentially, it was both germ theory and also different like pests like lice and stuff, and foreigners were seen as more inherently dirty, because they were darker skinned. And so basically every migrant worker who came into the United States to work in like the early 1900s was forced to go through like decontamination, both coming and going from the United States. It was really disgusting. So, yeah. I mean, we can talk about how Lindbergh and Henry Ford were decorated by the Nazis for their contributions to like hating Jews. Oh yeah, the OG chemical was carbon monoxide for sure, but when that became too expensive, it was far cheaper for them to use the American model of gassing people to death. Yeah, the crackdown on indigenous people in the late 1800s, early 1900s also inspired Hitler. It's true. See. All right, we're gonna move on from that one. I read NASA, maybe Nazis from World War II. Well, there was a thing called Operation Paperclip after World War II, where a lot of scientists from that had worked with or were part of the German government were brought over to the United States and granted amnesty in order for them to continue working on scientific achievement in the United States. And one of the most prominent of them were rocket scientists, which obviously went a pretty long way towards getting NASA off the ground, literally. I've literally had people this year confide in me that we did black people a favor. They are out there. Yeah, no, it's not. It's something that like a lot of people in America still believe due to like faulty education and like the cult, like the white supremacist culture a lot of people are raised in. But like I think a lot of those people know that it's not acceptable to share that opinion. They know that like that's a disgusting thing to believe. And it's pretty gross. So if somebody confides that in you, like immediately slap down that idea, Yeah, it wasn't a good convo after they said that. I would hope not, Shai Hulud. Yeah, basically, as soon as World War II ended, the Cold War really took off. Puffin Joe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. I very much appreciate that. Also, hello, Puffin Joe. Let's see. Is it for some reason? Oh yeah, it's gonna do each one of them. Okay, 1 second. I don't know why it's gonna do this, but you know, that's fine. Hello, Puffin Joe. Oh yeah, Hapsley. Can I hijack for a moment? I've been non-binary but femme presenting for 3-ish years now. Lately, mainly because I watched Sort of, I felt more comfortable in my femininity, and I think I'm ready to finally accept that I'm a trans woman and not non-binary. Wanted to share this news with the community since I've been here since I came out. Well, congratulations, Hapsley. Also, you've been out for 3 years already? That's amazing. That's amazing. Salmon Moose, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. Also, Hapsley, I feel like that's a very common arc. I myself was like starting in like 2015. I was kind of aware that I was like not cisgender, but I wasn't sure like how trans I was, if that makes sense. And so I identified as non-binary for a few years, maybe 2 years, until I felt comfortable enough to say that I was a trans woman. So I feel you there, you know? I feel you. See, Sophie, it goes so deep that slave owners thought that runaway slaves were just mentally ill because they tried to convince themselves that what they were doing was right and good for black people, that any black person who didn't want to be a slave must be insane. Yeah, no, like it literally all of the framework around which people in the South would generally understand slavery was designed in order to like protect the mental health, the mental state of slave owners, right? And that framework was so strong and so like put together specifically to avoid kind of any kind of moral introspection that like it persists to this day. Like people still keep talking about that stuff in those same terms. I think that's part of Trump's appeal. He's upfront about the river of pink ooze of horrible racism and xenophobia coursing through so many Americans. His forwardness feels liberating to them. I agree, winners and losers, and that's why I think that's part of why I think he's so dangerous. You know, he's just upfront with the fascism. You know, he'll just stand in front of a crowd of screaming fans and say, "I'm going to suspend the Constitution," and they'll cheer for it. There was a runaway illness invented? I actually didn't know this. That people would argue that like black people didn't have souls. That I knew about, but I didn't know that there was like they tried to pathologize slaves wanting to be free. That's insane. Yeah, and then kind of the advent of eugenics really like fueled an entirely new field of essentially justifications for slavery. And yeah, it sucks. It sucks. You can actually like find and this is a I think why you can find a lot of racist ideas still to this day in the field of like evolutionary psychology in particular, or and also like biology, but like Darwin's Origin of Species. Yeah, Darwin had some bad ideas about black people. Let's just put it that way. You know, like he did not. Oh boy. Yeah, like Darwin got the theory of evolution pretty okay, like pretty groundbreaking work, but he also believed that like Africans and Australians um are more closely related to apes than Europeans. He literally thought that they were subhuman. Darwin was married to his cousin. I didn't know that actually. They did the same thing for women. Yeah, that people would argue that women's brains were literally smaller and less developed than men's brains. Yeah, like part of the problem is, and this we're just kind of expanding the conversation even a little bit more here. Part of the problem is people don't like to recognize flaws in like influential people. You know, we want to create heroes. We want to create devils. You know, and so like a lot of people are like, no, Darwin was a saint. He was correct about everything. He was a revolutionary pioneer. And it's just like, well, but it's true that he had like revolutionary ideas and that he contributed a lot to like societal and scientific development. But he also had a lot of really terrible ideas. And like we need to recognize both those aspects in order for us to be able to like move on and like develop our our own understanding of society and the world, you know? Yeah, like the fact that Thomas Jefferson like contributed to the creation of like I would argue like a pretty solid like state. You know, I don't like states, but like it's definitely good that the United States wasn't, for example, a monarchy. That can be in part attributed to Thomas Jefferson. But like we should also recognize that he owned enslaved people and like he raped his slaves. Like that we can recognize both, you know? Yeah, as if Isaac Newton, incredibly intelligent mathematician and theoretician, right? Also drank mercury until he died. He had some good ideas and then some really really bad ones. That isn't surprising, but I haven't heard it before. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, people like to forget that Isaac Newton was an alchemist. Like he believed in like turning lead into gold and shit. Like he had bad ideas too. And yeah, that's the thing, Titan Uranus, right? Like just because people did horrific or terrible things doesn't negate like the like important contribution they made to like science or like historical socio-political developments, you know? Um we need to be able to recognize both and hold the fact that people are flawed and capable of like good and evil. We need to be able to hold those ideas in tandem. There are a few good historical figures, true. That's the thing, Micah. Like, it's just important to get the whole story. And I think often our education system doesn't really do that, you know? We want heroes or devils and nothing in between. Yeah, also, like, I, I don't know how Darwin fucked up so badly on, like, his conception of evolution relating to, like, human beings. Like, he articulated, like, natural selection and, like, what the the origin of species, and it's just like, how do you articulate that but also believe that evolution is like a project that is building towards better and more superior organisms, right? Like, that's an insane thing to believe for the guy who just articulated how that is not how evolution works. Like, that's why would you not be able to identify that particular inconsistency? This is your life's work. You didn't bother to like even check that idea when it related to human beings. That's crazy. Confirmation bias is some powerful copium. I mean, yeah, I guess it really does come down to that sometimes. Oh yeah, no, Shai Halud. It applies to like everybody. It isn't just like intellectual titans, but like we want to deify or demonize like a lot of people. Whether it's Mother Teresa, I think, is a great example. Who believed that like suffering and pain bring one closer to God, so she would deny people like medical care. You know, what dirt did Benjamin Franklin have? Honestly, I feel like out of all of the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin was probably the most upfront, and why I probably like him the best. Like, dude was just like, yeah, I go to France and I fuck prostitutes. Okay, like, yeah. I'm also crazy and I like taking walks and I'll fly a kite in a thunderstorm. You know, he was just upfront about it. Like, he was just a weird little freak, and I like that he's upfront about it. Dude would host some good orgies. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, I feel like out of all of them, Benjamin Franklin would at least be honest about the fact that, yeah, he was allying himself with like the scumfuck wretched of the earth to overthrow King George. I feel like he would at least be honest about the shittiness and the pragmatism of the decision. Franklin sent his slaves back to reset the 6-month enslavement law. What? Let's see. If a slave was outside a slave state for over 6 months, they became free. So he would send them back to reset the clock. Damn. Well, I know that at least later in his life, he became a staunch opponent of slavery. Like, he would send anti-slavery petitions to Congress and such. So I know that was something he would definitely have done early in his life, but maybe not later in life. I don't know. That's the other thing that we need to hold in our mind at the same time, is that people change over time, and that's hard for people to deal with. I'm far behind, but I actually saw someone saying the shooter was probably a black or trans person. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, conservatives are going to be saying it's a minority or a trans person despite lack of evidence or despite evidence to the contrary. You know, like that's just what they do now. All right. Folks, I've actually been talking for almost 2 hours, believe it or not. If you've been enjoying the stream, or at least learning or finding it interesting, consider dropping some. I'm not ending stream yet. I only started 2 hours ago. We're not ending yet. I'm just usually every hour I try and plug the channel and ask you guys for subs and donos. So we're not ending yet. Don't worry. Does gratify me though that you're begging me to continue. I do like that from you guys. So folks, consider hitting the follow button on Twitch. We are dangerously close to 9,900 follows. And consider hitting the subscribe button or the like button over on YouTube. Both of those things help get this channel out to more people. So the more of you like the stream, the more of you hit subscribe, the more folks will find our stuff. And now, folks, consider dropping some subs or donos, because I don't make a whole lot of money off of advertising revenue. But you guys are what keep me alive and keep me able to continue making content. It is your subs and donos that make that possible. So consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. That's where the on-screen chat is here. And dropping some subs or donos. When you support me over on riverboat.gg, 100% of your sub or dono goes directly to me, as opposed to 70% on YouTube or 50% on Twitch. So come on over, consider dropping those subs and donos, because I do need them in order to not die and to continue making video content. Riverboat Jack likes to hear us beg for it. That's right, I'm the top of this stream. My voice does not feel very beautiful today, Trans Girl Jade. I feel like I'm very low and rumbly because like my throat's a bit swollen. Boop, 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 boop. You're just I'm not closing Twitch. I'm not closing anything. Why you guys think I'm ending anything? We're continuing. I'm just giving a little plug so that people who might just be watching and unsubscribed, or who haven't liked the stream yet, or haven't hit the follow button on Twitch, like, you guys need reminders to do these things, okay? I've seen you guys forget. Thank you, Trans Girl Jade. I appreciate it. I'd fall asleep to your podcast, Jack. I feel like you do. I feel like people do fall asleep to my my streams. Like the YouTube before joining here. Thank you for your contribution, Crystal Hazer. I appreciate it. Good night, Ularsoth. Favorite McDonald's sauce? I haven't eaten at McDonald's in a long time. Typically, I want something spicy, though. Let's see. How many likes we got on the stream? How badly do I need to get on your case? Damn, chat. Did we get some sort of like raid from a fellow creator over on YouTube? Or is this just like the numbers that YouTube is doing these days? My God. We're currently at over 100 viewers on the YouTube. That is crazy. You can't raid on YouTube? Well, I've had other YouTubers like raid in. I don't know if it's called raiding or not. It's probably not. But yeah, we currently have like 200 people watching. That's crazy. YouTube has been popping off lately. It really has. YouTubers, keep up the good work, okay? You can rate on YouTube. I just don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it myself. I'm kind of a big deal. Yo!
Happy Galentine's Day.
Polydactyl Black Cat, thank you for the $69 dono. That is incredibly nice of you, especially on this, the holiest of holidays, Valentine's Day, also known as Galentine's Day or Boys' Day. You know, or Palentine's Day. Those are the three variations. You have Palentine's Day, Galentine's Day, or Boys' Day. Thank you. Snuggle Kitten, I will watch this and maybe I will attempt to do it later on stream because I like YouTube. I like streaming on YouTube a lot. I just don't understand some of their design choices for YouTube, you know? One of your Alex Jones vids was recommended to me a couple hours ago. I watched a few videos and saw you were streaming, so that's why I'm here. Well, welcome, Chronoplague. I hope you enjoy your stay. Also known as Sad Spider-Man Movie Day or Garlic Bread Day. True, if you're asexual, it can be Palentine's Day or Garlic Bread Day. You know, dealer's choice. In the YouTube stream control panel, click the edit button, go to customization. There's a redirect option. Man, they do not make that obvious or easy, do they? Okay. Awesome. Well, I will try that out. Hey, Hot Take Andy. Have I moved? No, I haven't actually. I have a second streaming setup in my partner's workshop. So when I'm over at my partner's place, I stream down here in her workshop. She designs lingerie. We're actually in the process of launching a trans-inclusive lingerie line. Hopefully being launched this summer during Pride Month, but it might be a little bit wiggly towards later this year. So yeah, basically it's just a work basement with a lot of like inspo up on the walls, some mannequins that freaked out viewers, so we moved them around, and a lot of fabrics. Wait, you're launching queer lingerie, like out of trebuchets? Yes, that is exactly what I mean. So yeah, look forward to me talking a lot more about that in the coming months. Just got back from a trip to New York actually to like get fabric and get like fitting info and stuff. That's so cool. Yeah, Claire Christensen. Absolutely, I will keep you guys updated. I'll probably have my partner on at some point to talk about like the entire process, but yeah, it's really great. Like basically all of this was born out of she wanted to get me like a nice like kind of mid to upper scale like lingerie set, and it did not fit. But it didn't not fit because of like, you know, it was like too small for me or anything. It wasn't too small for me. It just like it doesn't accommodate like pre-op or non-op femmes, you know? And so she was like, well, clearly there's other products out there we can get. I'm like, I've been out as a trans woman for several years now, and there's not really. She's like, well, that can't possibly be true. And so we spent like several months like with her just ordering different like lingerie, and like we found some that were trans inclusive and fit but weren't cute, you know? So kind of the problem you run into here
A joyous Lupercalia to you all. May a naked boy whip you with a goatskin as he races through the streets and your fertility be increased.
That sounds oddly specific. Thank you for the $10 dono. Thank you. But yeah, no, it basically you can find stuff that fits trans bodies, but like it's not generally that cute. Or you can find cute stuff that you have to alter your body to fit into, you know? And the other thing is, like, during the fitting, we went to New York City. I've told this story before, but I'll say it again just real quick. We went to New York City to, like, get a professional fit done on my body. And part of the problem is that trans women's rib cages tend to be a little bit larger than the average cis woman's rib cage, right? But not that much larger, right? It's just that the industry standard caters to smaller rib cages, right? So even someone who has a relatively normal or average like chest sizing, you know, will struggle. And in fact, in our market testing, like we found that like there are a lot of cis women who need like, you know, a 40-inch waistband, but most bra sizing only goes chest band, bra band. A lot of sizing ends at like 36, 38, especially when you start looking at kind of these higher end, like again, mid-range to higher end lingerie. And it's so wild. But the goal of this is to have like increased sizing options to accommodate trans bodies, and also like when it comes to like the top part of lingerie, but also to have lingerie for the bottom part that doesn't require trans women to tuck or trans femmes to tuck, you know? Because part of what sucks about wearing feminine underwear, if you're a trans person who has like, you know, a girl dick, or, you know, still hasn't had an orchiectomy, you know, like it's very uncomfortable, and a lot of trans people do not want the tuck, but they're forced to buy the underwear that they desire for validation, you know? And so like we just kind of were like, well, what if we had underwear that like didn't require you to tuck? And that's kind of what we're working on right now. And I say we, but like she's doing most of the work. She's the one who actually went to like one of the best like lingerie design schools in the world. So I'm just kind of here, but like still involved. Still streaming? I mean, I've only been streaming for 2 hours. I don't think I can like say I'm a beast. I want an orky, no more balls. You know, the longer I, and maybe this is TMI, the longer I go on hormones, like the more it seems like a good idea for me to eventually get bottom surgery. But I'm also just like scared of doing that, you know? It's scary. Hey, Brianna Huffman. Haven't seen you lately. Nice to see you in chat. Yeah, Claire Christensen. Absolutely. And I'll be keeping you guys all up to date on that, so y'all just check in periodically. Hey, Miss Belena. It's a big decision, and like it's a very complicated surgery, so it's just kind of like, oh, I would like it, but it also seems scary. Got an orky happening next Tuesday. Congratulations, Cynthia Flowers. I'm scared of losing sensation. I mean, that's definitely another part of it, you know? Like, it doesn't happen in the vast majority, but like it can happen. The orchiectomy is pretty simple and non-invasive, and it would be nice to not have to take like 3 pills every day. You know, cut down my pill intake by 3. Hey, Black in the Borg. Age of Empires 2, let's play. Why not? I mean, I do love Age of Empires 2, and I haven't played the remake yet. My brain just began to wake up. Well, Malachi, I have bad news for you. We have a lot of brain rot in the can, okay? 3 pills? Yeah, I take three pills for estradiol. I also take 3 spironolactone pills, and then I take a progesterone pill. So I wind up taking like 7 pills plus like a vitamin D supplement. So I guess 8. Yeah. Do I ever play 4X games? Oh my god. The game I probably have the most time in my Steam library on is Stellaris. Next time a DLC launches for that game, I'm going to be insufferable, okay? All right, folks. With that, let's continue. All right, there we go. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about Benny Johnson, just because he's such a weird little freak. So for those of you who don't know who Benny Johnson is, first of all, you are truly blessed. And second of all, I'm about to ruin that experience for you.
Who does the greatest Jew face in America? Elon, aspirationally Jewish, Musk or George? My granddad fled Ukraine and I can't find out my DNA until the war is over, but I promise I'm Jew. Ish Santos?
Man, I heard like Jew face read by text to speech, and I got really scared for the rest of that comment. But I think that Elon Musk is very lazy about his attempt, and George Santos is also very lazy, but at least he keeps coming up with new and unique lies about it, you know? Like one of the stories we're going to cover here in just a bit is how the Holocaust survivor that Ben Shapiro and Elon Musk trotted out for the Auschwitz appearance that he did, like wrote about how he felt used by Elon Musk. And man, I it's like the laziest attempt to like cover his ass I've ever seen. But thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. I would love to see you play Stellaris. I've played a little, but the learning curve is steep. It really is. I'm working on a 4X game at the moment. It's kind of a unique take on the genre. Ooh, Salmon Moose, tell me more. Okay. We're going to be talking about Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson is a conservative propagandist. He literally exists as kind of this, like, he tries to spin himself as kind of like this media, social media, space savvy kind of guy. And he did a show on Twitter for a while about how great conservatives were at memeing. I don't think he does that show anymore because I haven't seen it making any rounds recently. But basically every single time he put out an episode, and it was it was just like laughable. Like he would be talking about like, yeah, we really own the libs here, and it's just like a recycled like leftist meme, but like pasted over to like point at lefties instead. It was a very cringy show. It was not original. It was weird. Benny Johnson is also just a very weird little freak, and he put out a minute-long video for Valentine's Day, and I watched about 10 seconds of it, and it was just like, You know, this isn't very important, but I do think it's funny, and I think it demonstrates exactly what I mean about him being a weird little freak. So here we go. This is his little 1 minute long TikTok Valentine's Day video where he's trying to be cute with his wife.
You have to kiss me. No, you have to actually kiss me. You can't pull that whole Kamala Harris, Joe Biden thing on me. Don't give me your hair to sniff. You just gave me your hair to sniff. There you
go. That was the opening of the video. The opening of the video is his wife not wanting to kiss him. And then making like trying to make it into a joke about sniffing hair. Like, my god. The absolute black hole of Riz that happens there is insane to me, dude. Like, I feel bad whenever I talk about him because it honestly feels like punching down, even though he's a conservative propagandist who gets paid ridiculous amounts of money to make idiotic content like this.
Hi, my name is Benny Johnson.
And I'm Kate Johnson.
And we've been married for 12 years.
No, we haven't.
And we want to give you all of the pearls of wisdom from our nearly 2 decades of marriage.
I genuinely have no idea how long they've been married now. Have they been married 20 years? Have they been married 10 years? I have no idea. But this is all such weird vibes. I do like her top, though.
We got married in 2016, so you can do the math.
You have...
Oh, okay, they've been married for 8 years. Wait, yes, 8 years. Why would you even... we're 36 seconds into a minute-long video, and so far, all he has done is not get kissed by his wife, and also lie about how long they've been together. We only have, 15 seconds left.
I've sent in...
Yeah, is this a situation where one of them can only tell lies and the other one can only tell the truth? Is that what this is? We in a labyrinth situation?
Questions, and we are here to answer them for you for our Valentine's Day Johnson Family Special.
Yeah.
So here we go.
How did you guys meet?
OnlyFans.
You cannot say that.
I mean, she's got a secret bank account she's planning to run. So again, I know that I was joking about one of them only telling lies and the other one only telling truth, but man, it really does feel like that is the situation going on there. Right? Can we watch the rest of this? I am curious. BennyJohnson.com. I don't want to join the fight. I do want to watch this Valentine's Day Q&A. I have to know. Okay, wait. I need to walk you guys through the experience of going to his website, okay? All right. So, you go to BennyJohnson.com. All right? You get here. Kate and Benny, Valentine's Q&A. All right. That will be $55. Oh my god. I'm not paying $55 to watch the rest of that video. I mean, my god. But man, he got blown the fuck out in just 1 minute of interacting with his wife on camera. I can't imagine it gets better for him there. Yeah, exclusive meetups, exclusive behind the scenes content, exclusive brigade veteran made keychain, and more. Man, what is this, Benny? An OnlyFans? Who pays for this? I genuinely want to know who like goes to this guy's website and is like, yes, I'm gonna drop $55 a year to watch Benny Johnson content. How? Pay and charge back? Nah, I'm not. That's too much work. Yeah, you guys get a novelty keychain. You know, it's the incentive. It's like the knockoff version of Steven Crowder's mug that costs $100. How much do I drop a year to watch you? Well, hopefully it's worth it when you pay to watch me. And I also give you the pleasure of acknowledgement, which you will never get from Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson will never love you the way I love you, Chad. The Benny Brigade is the dorkiest name ever. Yeah, no kidding. Why would he call him? You know, that's another question. Why, if you want to be taken seriously, would you ever want to be called Benny? You know, like he's like, you know, like he's supposed to like be projecting like this masculine air of authority, right? And like, but his name's his shows is just called The Benny Show. You know? I mean, he's likely very gay. I mean, honestly, Benny Johnson and Michael Knowles just need to shut up and kiss already. He's just a really big Elton John fan. Yeah, there weren't enough U.S. flags in the background. I'm confused. Which country is he shilling for? The olds don't understand how money works. My college mascot is a beaver named Benny. It's the only beaver he'll ever have any relationship with. My God. A murder. Hey, his buff. Mad respect if he changed it to the Bunny Show. Honestly, just Benny Johnson just needs to transition and rebrand as the Bunny Show. It would work. It would work too. You all know it. You all know it. We don't pay for Riverbed Jack. We submit offerings so that she might bless us with her attention. That's true. That's true. I literally don't offer you guys anything in return for your subs or donos other than acknowledgement. Which one tells the truth and which one lies? I think his wife tells the truth. Maybe. I'd watch it if he left the conservatism. I'd watch it if he transitioned into a bunny girl and left conservatism behind. It's true. But that's a two-part deal, okay? You don't even give me my mannequin kink, but I have in the past. The mannequin is literally right here. I'm touching it right now. Sensuously. Yeah. I think I'd still watch the most conservative bunny girl on Rumble. So what you're telling me is I need to put on my my bunny girl cosplay again. Message received. Hey, Midnight and All Night. I see you scooting into chat. Or wobbling into chat. Touching here too. Okay. Touch, 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 touch. River Bunny Jack? Yes. Please do that? Okay, I mean, I could do that for a future stream. I'm not doing it right now because I don't have it. I don't have a dog girl outfit. I'm sorry. Well, that was fucking easy. Look, sometimes you guys can play me like a goddamn fiddle, all right? Okay, also, I'm not very invested in this, but it is very funny that essentially Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro have been in a kind of a Cold War type situation for like the last month and a half or so. And Tucker put this out on one of his most recent shows.
I've got 4 draft age children. So if you're playing recklessly, fast and loose with their lives, then I have a right to despise you. And I do. So if you're Nikki Haley, who's running for president, or Ben Shapiro, or half the people I see on television casually mentioning the possibility of nuclear war or sending Americans to fight in the Middle East, or in any way involving us in a war that has nothing to do with prosperity and peace at home, nothing, in other words, to do with us, Americans, then I have a right to call you out and be really offended because it's my family. They live here. It's not a joke to me. There's nothing abstract about it.
Yeah, so basically this is Tucker Carlson calling Ben Shapiro out by name on his show, claiming that Ben Shapiro wants America to like put troops into Ukraine to fight Russia, which is like obviously the last thing that America would want to do geopolitically. It makes no sense unless Tucker is just trying to stir up drama for his own clout, right? And Ben Shapiro then responded here. Tucker is simply lying about my positions. I've been calling for a negotiated end to the Ukraine war, freezing the lines of conflict since early on in the war. I have never called for American boots on the ground in Ukraine. Ever. I have never called for American boots to defend Israel. Ever. I've invited Tucker to sit down multiple times over the past few weeks to clear the air and discuss our differences. He said he's willing, but his team has told us that he's busy for months because of all his foreign travel. That offer remains open. So yeah, basically, if I'm going to be completely honest, my read on this entire situation is that Tucker Carlson accurately is able to identify that Ben Shapiro is in a vulnerable position. Because Ben Shapiro has a lot of conservative clout, obviously, but he also is Jewish, which is, in the world of conservative politics, a huge, like, roadblock of a kind, right? Essentially, Tucker Carlson is here trying to direct his audience against Ben Shapiro, and he's trying to claim Ben Shapiro, is, aligned against Russia, and like this is, Tucker v. Shapiro would be an interesting matchup for sure, Statman, because I think Tucker would play it like almost like a wrestling match. Like he would definitely go after Ben harder than what we've seen so far. But like, yeah, I mean, it's part of the reason that like Steven Crowder thought he could get away with asking for more than $50 million is because like he intuited that the conservative audiences who are very much anti-Semitic, I mean, like you can't really argue that the conservative modern movement is not anti-Semitic when it's literally like riddled with QAnon, a conspiracy theory that alleges that Jews are essentially extracting like chemicals from tortured children in order to control the world's elite. Like the conservative mainstream movement is riddled with these ideas nonstop, and now especially with what's going on in the Gaza Strip, this has become an even more contentious issue. And I think that Tucker is trying to kind of cannibalize Ben Shapiro's audience, or at the very least radicalize his audience against Ben Shapiro, right? I think this is less a move of like Tucker Carlson actually having a real beef with Ben Shapiro, and more so positioning by Tucker Carlson to try and scoop up Ben Shapiro's audience and also attract other people from the far right to his show. Ben Shapiro's going through a midlife crisis or something right now. He's getting into conspiracy theories. He did the rap video. He's hired editors that are Zoomers. Well, I think basically what Ben Shapiro has realized is that younger people don't like his show. And so what he's doing to try and appeal to younger people is adopting like fringe conspiracy nonsense, which is, you know, frankly how Joe Rogan got big in podcasting. He's doing like edgy PR stunts like the rap video, or edgy, you know, he's trying to build them as edgy. And then the younger style of editing is made to appeal to Zoomers. Absolutely. You're talking way too slow for Ben Shapiro. You're right. You're right. Yeah, Migs, I think that's a really good observation. We have this two-faced issue with conservatives. They are anti-Semitic, but they are more anti-Muslim, so they pit aid for Ukraine against Gaza and also demand more funds for Israel. Yeah, no, I mean, it's, you know, it's complicated by, like, so many other factors, right? Like, but ultimately, at the root of many of the conspiratorial ideas, and, like, Trump will just go out on stage and say, you know, Jews are inherently like money grubbing. You know, he'll just like go out and say something like that. And his conservative audience eats it up. They love it. He'll say it to a room full of Jewish people and they'll be like, ah ha ha. It's crazy. I think that what Ben has realized is that he's laid in bed with a bunch of anti-Semitic fleas and those parasites are turning on him. Yeah. I think that is also it. He needed the rebrand. Like we've made fun of Ben Shapiro for his weird rebranding of his aesthetic lately. We've made fun of that, but it's being done to like distance himself from what he has been and to like protect himself in a way, to protect his content. And I mean, yeah, a lot of the American base for conservatism wants to fund Israel specifically to bring about end of days prophecy that involves the death of all Jews. So like it even like in their conception of funding for Israel, like it's really all about bringing an end to Jewish people too. Like it's a two birds, one stone situation, as far as a lot of doomsday evangelists are concerned. So anyway, this beef has been interesting to see metastasize, and it'll be very interesting to see if they do manage to actually come together and do a video together, because that is absolutely going to be top tier content for us. Beep, boop, boop, boop. What's the overlap of their audiences now? Just a guess? I mean, I would say that the overlap of their audiences has generally been like a support of Trump. But the divisions within conservatism have been deepening lately, even between like MAGA Trumpers, right? And so what's happening as the Republican Party is being radicalized farther to the right is that it's fractioning into different camps, right? So I think this is also why we've seen kind of a decline on the outward output of groups like PragerU. Like PragerU doesn't put out as much content as it used to. It doesn't seek to be as viral as it used to. And that's, I think, in part due to the fact that like they've been able to gain some amount of institutional power and they're pursuing that avenue as opposed to being like a public face. And I think part of that is due to anti-Semitism. Frankly, like being associated with Dennis Prager, like definitely puts them in a weird spot in the radicalizing conservative movement. And they would much rather instead put their efforts towards turning their entire like project into a like academic curriculum, which is what they've been doing. Like just last week, PragerU announced that it's partnering with the state of Arizona to like bring PragerU materials into the classroom. So like this is the avenue kind of they're going down, I think, increasingly. They've also managed to do that, I think, in Florida and one other state. So yeah, it's what we're seeing. Like often people on the left will talk about how conservatives tend to have a more united front. And I think that that is actually incorrect. Conservatives actually do so much purity testing. It's just that the politicians that are conservative are scared of their constituents. You know, they're scared of not meeting the purity testing, standards of their viewers, their voters, etc. You know? I think that's a good observation, Sherman Crow. Oh, no, I'm not saying it's not dangerous. I'm just saying that it, from my perspective as somebody who looks at like conservative media channels a lot and their video output, my impression is that PragerU has been struggling on YouTube quite a bit. And I think that that is less due to the fact that their content in general is struggling and more to do with the fact that they're putting more money into institutional avenues of power, which I think is a very, very dangerous thing because they're actually finding success. But I think part of that change in strategy is fueled by the anti-Semitism of the conservative base. The fascists are winning the Republican Party over, backed with Christian nationalist funding. They're fighting against the established guard who actually wants to govern for tax cuts and conservative legislation like national security. You see the divide in the House GOP Freedom Caucus and the House in the GOP Senate that has backed some good bipartisan legislation. Yeah, no, like there is this old guard of conservative Republican that just wants to do corporate bailouts, that just wants to like be left alone and be able to funnel money into their corporate overlords, right? But this old guard is largely unprincipled. And when they see a threat to their position, they are willing to immediately change which policies they support because they are spineless, right? Because they're spineless and because the conservative base is able to react in such unison against them, you know? I think that is it. I think that gets to what you're talking about, Gamer G. Yeah, their only principle is money, but in order to make that money, they need to remain in power. So their goal is to make money, but they're willing to cater to their base. You know, so it is twofold. They want to make money, but in order to do that, they need to maintain their position. And in order to do that, they need to funnel money to their donors, you know? And due to the way that the party has been radicalizing over time, thanks to Trump and the way that Trump has radicalized and mobilized his voter base, these classical conservatives are more and more having to bend the knee to this new radicalized MAGA movement. And it's a process that I don't think can be really undone until Trump is kind of out of the picture politically, whether it's an economic defeat or not economic, but like political defeat in 2024 or like a heart attack or something from too many cheeseburgers. Like that, it's one of those things until he's out of the picture and like not rallying folks. Like the radicalization is going to continue. The GOP currently is ruining their reputation too. But the thing is, the GOP voters don't care. GOP voters don't care. They as long as they get to get their guy in power and they get to own the libs. They do not care if the GOP politicians that they are putting into power are monsters or fools or charlatans. They do not care. All right. We're gonna moving on to a completely unrelated topic. Oh, God, sorry. I'm getting a little snotty. Micah, I think it would be Trump losing. I think if Trump died, they would be angry, but I don't think there'd be any way to focus that rage. Hey, Fles Fables. Hello. I'm just gonna say Fables. Now for something completely different. The Rocky and Bullwinkle reference. I'm one of the cool kids. All right. So Cenk Uygur released a new ad for his campaign today, and TYT did a segment on it, and I figure we're gonna take a look because we gotta keep abreast of the Cenk 2024 campaign. Okay, we've got to keep a finger on the pulse.
Now is Cenk Uygur, who is still running in the Democratic primary for president. And Cenk, how you doing?
Okay, pretty good. I hear you guys have an anniversary today.
Do we?
TYT. Yes.
Yes, today is the 22nd anniversary of the Young Turks.
Yeah, I'm kidding around. Happy anniversary to the TYT audience. Happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, things are great. We got a new ad.
You have one ad.
We have one ad.
Your one and only ad.
Well, let's see. Maybe we'll have a second one, depending on how this one goes. Maybe.
All right,
okay.
So do you want to preface it with anything?
Yeah, so this is our exclusively. You guys are getting it here first. So ABC asked, I said, no way. I'm doing it on the Young Turks. So seriously, guys, it's about, well, you know what? I don't want to give it away. I really do want to.
Wait, I do want to know. Cenk2024.com. Wait, is that not the right website? I'm sure he'll plug it in a second here.
So curious about your genuine reaction. Then I will have a reaction for like what we can do with it afterwards. But you want to run it?
Sure, let's do it.
All right.
We get all the sandwich stuff for the
kids. Sorry. Cenk for America. All right. I want to know if he's actually improved his website. Let's just take a quick look. Every vote for me is a vote for peace. Help get delegates to end the bombing of Gaza and the occupation. Okay, that's good. That's good. And this is still the same. This is still bad. Policy. Which again, these are not articulated policies. Nor do they have plans on how to achieve them. Oh, your policy number 10 is to end gerrymandering? Oh, that'll be easy. What's the policy? How are you going to do that? I want more. The entire time we've looked at this website a few times. I want to know how he wants to do this. When we're talking about policy, how do you want to end gerrymandering? You know? So, meet Cenk. Oh, I thought there would be a step-by-step instruction on how to meet Cenk in person. All right. Anyway, let's watch this.
Kids' lunch? They don't like turkey anymore.
Yeah, I know.
What about the bananas?
Yeah, I got them too. But, honey.
What?
You're gonna have to put those eggs back.
They don't like eggs anymore?
No, they like eggs, but we have to set that $7 aside. For killing Palestinians?
What? I mean, don't we give Israel $4 billion a year anyways?
Yeah, and now we're giving them another $14 billion. Do you know how much that is per American taxpayer?
No.
It's like $85 per person. Apparently, it's costing us a lot of money to drop bombs on Gaza.
Why does this feel like a sketch from a Lena Dunham show? Like, I've never seen a Lena Dunham show, but this feels like that. This feels like a really bad comedy scene. Just real quick. We yeah. Yeah, I'm getting real Cenk 2020 vibes. It's gonna happen, guys. It's gonna happen. We're watching this ad, and all I can feel is a change is coming. A divine wind will sweep through America. That's the impression I get from this ad.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Don't they get universal health care too?
Yeah, they do. We're paying for that too, probably. Might as well put the bananas back.
Why the do we have to pay for all of this?
Why did they write a fuck word into their ad? Why would you do that? You have the ability to write anything for your own advertising campaign. Why would you add a fuck word that you need to bleep out? Can he even run? His argument is that he's going to run, and then if he gets legally challenged, he's going to take it to the Supreme Court and win the ability to run for president for all naturalized citizens.
Don't cuss at me.
I'm Cenk Uygur, and I approve this message. Let's save lives together at cenkforamerica.com.
That was so bad. What was that the message? The message was everything sucks, and your tax dollars go towards horrible things, and vote for Cenk.
All right, Uygur, so what are you trying to do with this ad?
So
Definitely the response by someone who is not impressed by that ad.
Look, the most important thing is if I win.
I do have to say, I'm fascinated by the fact that the initial airing of this ad comes with Cenk trying to give context to why he made it, especially considering what that was. Yeah. What the fuck are you doing, Cenk?
Delegates, and I'm in the keeping it real business. Okay, so you have to get to 15% to win in any state to win delegates. But if I get delegates, I'm going to use that for two reasons. But the number one reason is peace. So, and as we're going to talk about in a little bit, because of a story that broke this week, it turns out those delegates might be super relevant, right? And they might have a lot of power behind them. So if you want these delegates, I could say to potential different Democratic nominees, you're gonna have to agree to stop the bombing in Gaza. And by the way, we want to end the occupation entirely. And so what I wanna do here is draw attention to that. And obviously we're drawing attention to it by pointing out our taxpayer money, we have to put aside, those are real numbers. $7 per month for just the $4 billion, let alone the 14 billion, et cetera. And you have to put it aside from your taxes to kill Palestinians. And so, look, I don't know how the ad's going to be received. It's possible that people look at that and go, "Whoa, that is over the top. That's crazy."
I mean, Dublin. I imagine that like the bleeped version is the version that they would play on television, or I guess the muted fuck would be on television. But like that's still such a weird choice when you could simply not write it that way.
You can't do that in a political ad. It's possible they'll look at it and go, "Hey, yeah, Cenk, I get it. He thinks that we're helping to fund killing Palestinians with our taxpayer money. I'm not surprised by it. Some might think it's not harsh enough. I don't know. I'm super curious." And so what I want to draw attention to that, win votes enough to get delegates and then use those delegates for actually getting you peace.
So it's interesting that you are questioning how it'll be received. I mean, look, I don't know how it's going to be received for sure, but what I thought was interesting was that just yesterday, Matt Walsh of all people had a viral post on X where he said that he considers sending money to Ukraine and Israel, taxation without representation, because of the fact that we have no say on how that money is used. There's no accountability.
Are we taking Matt Walsh at face value now? I don't think Matt Walsh actually believes that. Okay.
Ability for that money, and he feels that the money is better used for the American people. And so this is one of the rare instances where actually it's better used say on how that money is used, taxation without representation.
Like I heard that correctly, right?
Walsh of all people had a viral post on X where he said that because he feels that the money is better used for the American people. And so this is one of the rare instances where I actually see some agreement with the right and the left. I mean, there's literally nothing else that I agree with Matt Walsh on, but I do agree with his point on that. So I'm curious to see if maybe.
I mean, at least she clarifies that this is the only thing really she agrees on with Matt Walsh, but like, I'm just like, why would you use that as an example? I don't think Matt Walsh is an exemplar of like conservative policy, for example. I also don't think that that's even something he cares about at all. You might say, well, he's saying it because he thinks his audience will care about it, but like, I don't know. I think it's weird to equate aid to Ukraine and aid to Israel. I find that very weird. Because the aid to Ukraine is going to prevent an imperialist invasion. I think that's a good thing. You know? Aid to Israel is going to a genocide. I think that's a very bad thing. I think these two things are very different and shouldn't be equated.
It would draw some attention from, I wouldn't say moderate Republicans. Moderate Republicans tend to be more.
Yeah, she also agrees with him on the birthing persons thing. Yeah.
Neocon, type of Republicans. But there is a growing population of Americans who are looking at their situation on the ground here and really questioning whether it makes sense to send these resources abroad.
100%. So we're going to put the ad up on cenkforamerica.com, but we're also going to put it up on all of my personal social media, which we can share with you guys. We're also going to talk about it and how to share it on the.
Oh, no. Gamerg. Trump didn't just say he wanted Russia to invade NATO countries. He said he would actively encourage Russia to invade NATO countries. Like he would call up Putin and be like, okay, these countries are vulnerable to invasion right now. We're not stepping in to actually help them. Yeah.
Town hall. And we have town halls every Wednesday. What that does is it gives people regular updates that nobody else gets about the campaign. And then we strategize together and I take ideas from them. And then we implement those ideas. So we want you to share this video everywhere. But the reason I bring that up, Anna, is because, yeah, you're right. And so that's how you can get to the town hall. And it's right.
Is it possible Matt Walsh wants those two wars equated? Yeah, I mean, to him, like it's equal. Like Matt Walsh is like a extreme isolationist, is my understanding of his like foreign policy views. Very much in line with the other conservative politicians and like talking heads who've talked about completely shutting down the borders, you know?
After the Young Turks anniversary special today. So I put the universal health care line in that ad. You're going to be shocked to find out I wrote that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Dublin. That's what I find interesting. Why use Matt Walsh as a vehicle for that point? You can use a vehicle that isn't Matt Walsh. That's what I find interesting. But I'm also willing to give her the benefit of the doubt that like maybe this was just on her mind and it was standing out. But I still disagree with the equating of the two conflicts and the funding of them.
Other people helped, of course, but and because
can I just really I want to play that section again because it is
I put the universal health care line in that ad. You're going to be shocked to find out I wrote that. Other people helped, of course, but
absolutely shocked, my guy. Just I feel. Do any of you remember the there was a pilot television show that TYT attempted to get off the ground with Cenk in it, where he was in the White House? Do any of you remember this? I don't remember what it was called. I think it only had like 5 episodes or something. Do any of you remember this? Is this like a fever dream? Am I falling victim to the gas leak? But my understanding was that Cenk wrote for that show. Was this a bad dream? Do I smell toast? I want this to be real. No. I remember it. It was like 5-6 years ago, maybe. It was before I started streaming. Was it like the Oval Office? Show. Yes, I found it. I found it, chat. Think this was it? No. Maybe? Oh my god. I think this is it.
Welcome to the Oval Office. Well, welcome to the Oval Office at the Museum of Presidential History.
Are we going to be all set for our grand opening, Carrie?
Absolutely, sir.
I invested a lot of money in this museum.
Actually, we're a little short on
You're
funds.
first in your class at Georgetown. You'll make it work. Sorry. Hope that wasn't expensive.
It's your money.
What was that?
We can get that fixed. Blake, can you take
Oh
care
my,
of that?
oh, okay, so
I
it's
didn't leave my job
it's
as a second
filmed
assistant
in
curator at the
360,
Rutherford
so you can like
Presidential Center to be a day
span
laborer,
around.
so-
Chris, can you come in here, please?
Yes, Carrie.
Can you handle that?
I serve at the pleasure of the curator.
Blake, let me show you the seal.
I've seen this seal.
He wasn't supposed to be in town for me.
He's the money. He can be here whenever he wants.
Here's your coffee.
Oh, and who are you again?
I serve at the pleasure of the second head curator. I'm an intern.
Oh. And not just because we're doing the Clinton White House.
Blake just means that she's here to do an actual job.
So did Monica.
Weren't Clinton's couches red?
Very astute of you, sir.
And they had...
So this is a scripted series about people trying to make a mobile Oval Office. And this is from 2016. So this is real. This is real.
White stripes. Sir, I can assure you that I had absolutely nothing to do with the couches. That was...
And why is there no ceiling?
Because I busted through it.
No, seriously, why is there no roof?
Because your joke bombed so hard that it exploded.
Remember, you told me to look for a way to cut some corners.
And was it worth it?
Jury's out.
And, says Leonardo Watanabe, I didn't build a mobile oval not to go exploring Battle Axe, Michigan.
Oh, Kelsey. Whose side are you on?
The museums.
Well, we're supposed to be working together.
Well, technically, my job is to work under you.
Oh, well, check your ego and your privilege, bro, and get on board.
My ego and my privilege?
Yeah.
Wow. You know, technically, there's never been a more ego-filled or privileged white guy than Bill Clinton, who was impeached for stains that were found.
Yeah, 360 is the future of video. What are these jokes? I'm just confused. I don't know for sure if Cenk Uygur wrote for this show, but the writing on this very much reminds me, like, watching that ad unlocked the memory of this show from 8 years ago. And I think, I don't know, but I think that this is written by Cenk Uygur.
Every president gets impeached. It comes with the territory, like going to Cabo and getting HPV.
Actually, it's only happened one and a half. You know what? It doesn't even matter because everyone knows that the Clinton White House couches were red and white stripes.
I was underfunded.
Then raise taxes. Isn't that what you people do?
It's a good one. At 3, I'm murdering a baby, and then at 5, I'm taking people's guns away. But yeah, let's see if Chris can squeeze in some tax raising.
Look, the place just looks shoddy. This drives me crazy.
I had to cut some corners.
At what expense?
You.
What?
I wanted to build a team of rivals, so I diverted some funds into hiring you.
Oh.
Now, are you going to apologize about the couch comment?
I love, by the way, that, like, this show was done in 360 with a 360 camera, despite the fact that, like, clearly the show is written for just one camera. Like, why would you bother looking at the rest of the room and, like, these people just walking around and doing stuff when, like, this is clearly what's important?
Comments, sir?
I can't. I stand by him.
No one will notice.
Yes, they will.
Prove it.
Excuse me, guys. I must be lost. I was looking for the Clinton Museum.
Oh, this.
Speak of the fucking devil. My God.
This is it. The exhibit's not open yet.
Weren't his couches red?
He. Yeah, there are 8 episodes of this. Chat. If we get like, I don't know, 20 more subs, we will watch the rest. All right? If we get 20 more subs or their dono equivalents, we will watch the entire goddamn playlist. I aged a whole year from that. Believe it or not, that was only 3 minutes long. There are 8 episodes. It would only be 24 minutes of your life. I feel like we've discovered the machine that like siphons years of your life away from The Princess Bride, and it's just this particular web series. Let's see here. Out of curiosity. Yeah, Cenk Uygur was an executive producer on the show. Okay, the show was not written by him. He's not credited as the writer. The writer is someone named Bernie Sue. And Bernie Sue.
Please, I'm lusting for brain damage, specifically of the Cenk Uygur bad comedy variety.
Man, text-to-speech is really bad at reading Cenk Uygur's name. Thank you for the $5 dono. We now only need 19 subs or their equivalent. Let's see. Bernie Sue also worked on the Lizzie Bennett Diaries and a show called Artificial. Huh. I'm just like going through like what did these other people work on, you know? There's the Mobile Oval from 2016. And then went on to executive produce a few other things. Good for him. But anyway, core memory unlocked of experiencing that.
But and because I
Cenk Uygur in Bad Seinfeld. Yeah, he worked on Frankenstein MD.
Saw how much the audience reacted to it, and I saw how much independence and the right wing.
Fuck that other shit, Frankenstein MD. What? I don't know what that is. With the help of her assistant Iggy, Victoria Frankenstein experiments with the line between life and death, but when she succeeds, she finds her life's work has produced something darker than she'd imagined. Bum, bum, bum. Oh my god, did this get 2 seasons or just one 24-episode season? That's crazy. What was this show called again? Yeah, it was the Mobile Oval. It's still on the TYT's channel, by the way.
Also reacted to it. Because it was one thing when I said it costs you $85 to kill Palestinians, right, per year. It's another thing when I say, hey guys, they have universal health care and we don't, and we're still sending them $14 billion, et cetera. That got people really mad. Like, wait, why are you taking my money and I don't have health care? And by the way, also true of paid family leave, also true.
Yeah, anyway, this guy's running for president.
Of many different things, that Israel has a really good social safety net and really good social programs for their own citizens, right? Obviously not for the Palestinians in the occupied territory, but we are funding all of that when we can't afford, they say we can't afford it. So yeah, that unifies a lot of people. And by the way, then the establishment freaks out and goes, how dare you guys, this is horseshoe theory and this is the right-wing radicals and the left-wing radicals getting together. I actually, of course, you know me, I don't think so. I think there are right-wing and left-wing radicals. But this is the base of the left wing and right wing getting together and going, yeah, I don't get any donor money from AIPAC. I don't get any donor money from Lockheed Martin or Boeing. And so I don't want taxation without representation. I don't want to send money just for the express purpose of killing more innocent civilians. That makes no sense to me. And Anna, the other thing about that is that there's no candidates left that are for that position in the Democratic or Republican Party. Marianne Williamson dropped out. So Everyone else in the race in the two major parties are for nonstop killings. We might have millions of people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker.
On, because I really want you to get into the conversation about the delegates. Why is the delegate fight so relevant to you, right? Like you referenced it a little bit, but there's the court case involving Donald Trump getting booted off of ballots because of the 14th Amendment. He's challenging that, of course. You say that's relevant to your race. So let's talk a little bit more about that. I'm very curious what you think is going to arise from this.
Yeah, Marianne dropped out a couple weeks
So
ago.
there's two different topics. Let's take the delegates first because it's so interesting. So Politico ran a story that we ran on the Young Turks and explained a couple of days ago where they explained that Biden might step down after the voting is over. So he secures all delegates. And the minute I read that, I was like, oh, that makes sense. I get it, that's their plan. Because that takes the voters out of the equation. The voters are messy. So they, Democratic voters, who knows if Biden steps down before the voting begins, maybe they vote for a progressive, maybe they vote for someone that the establishment doesn't want. If Biden steps down before the convention and after the voting's over on June 4th, he can then say, I am now releasing these delegates. Now he can give them to someone.
I don't think that's what is gonna happen, Jank. Like he's old and like his hubris is unbounded. Like he's an old white guy in America. Like he's gonna hold on to power until he fucking dies.
But then he's gonna have a lot of pressure to give them to Kamala Harris, and we all know he doesn't want to give them to Kamala Harris.
He's a billion years old. Who cares about pressure? Like, how is this man not in the F you all phase of his life yet?
No,
I mean, he kind of is.
No,
He kind of
isn't.
is.
Wait, so is he saying that like, oh, he wouldn't give, like, what the logical step in the situation he's proposing would be to give the delegates to Kamala Harris, not just give them to a random person?
No, he's
effing us. But.
No, like all politicians, absolutely, positively obsessed with his ego. So he's like, my legacy, how's my legacy going to look? Oh, my legacy. That's why he ran for a second term. Because people at home, they don't know that in Washington, two-term president means you're historic, one-term president means you're a loser. So Biden was like, me. We've talked about that. But now here comes the interesting part. If he does that, he can't hand him over to Kamala, so he's probably not going to hand him over to one person. Then that means you got a delegate fight.
Okay.
So then all the cast of characters, including the guy you loathe, Newsom, and
No, Jack, you're not smooth-brained enough. Cenk thinks he will get the delegates. I don't think that is the case. That there's no way he could be deluded enough to think that. There's no way he would be deluded enough to think that Joe Biden's delegates would go to him. Also, Hell's Cineplex is just a bunch of Cenk's comedy spec scripts acted out by the cast of Real Rob, with Rob Schneider as Cenk. Yeah. Oh my God.
And then Pritzker and Whitmer and all those other folks will come in and go, give me the delegates. Now, they're very establishment delegates, the Biden delegates are, handpicked by the Biden team. So they're, of course, going to go for an establishment person. But what if Pritzker and Newsom or Whitmer and Newsom or whoever it is are in a situation where they need an extra 20 delegates to go over the top, an extra 200 delegates, whatever the number is. And I have those delegates. Because guys,
how are you polling in the states where they're allowing you on the primary ballot?
There's no polls. That's why we have no idea.
Okay.
Wow, that's really convenient that you have no idea how well or poorly you're doing. So we're just running the entire campaign based on vibes? That sounds like a recipe for disaster. That's like, we won't hit that reef around the island we're sailing to. How do I know? I just feel it in my bones.
Okay, so don't get me wrong, of course it's hard. That's part of the reason why the ad has to go viral. That's why we ask you to share, #ceasefire ad, right? And I want people to understand this, so if you can, #peace delegates, #progressive delegates when we're talking about the delegates. Because Anna, it's not just about peace. So let's say that you've got that situation, Governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, Governor of Michigan, Whitmer, both are deadlocked around 2,000 delegates, right? Based on the politicking that they did. They come to
who's giving this guy money to do this, man? I'm genuinely curious. Also, my dude, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're covering TYT's new ad. This is yeah, honestly, this does read as an insane level of cope from a guy whose like ego won't allow him to admit that he's not doing well, you know?
us for the extra 100 delegates that's going to put them over the top. Then I go, well, I'm not doing it unless you, A, say you're withdrawing money from Israel unless they end the bombing. I'm not interested in BS. I'm not interested in later. I'm not interested in anything but actual results, okay?
I mean, surely, GamerG, there's a way to find that out, right? Like, we should be able to know like what he's spending his campaign funds on, right?
Whoever ends the bombing gets 100 delegates. So that's one way.
Wait, we're up to 100 delegates now?
No, if right. Okay, I'm saying, right. But 22, whatever the number is that can affect things.
Okay.
So how we win those, we'll get to in a sec. So the other thing you could do is go, hey, you know what? Give me a progressive economic policy position. I want paid family leave. See, and AOC did it again today. Progressives in Congress, including Bernie, who we love, but they constantly give away their power. They constantly give away their leverage.
Thanks,
if I have delegates, then there's nothing in the world stopping me from getting delegates. Whether I'm eligible to serve, eligible to run, are all irrelevant for getting delegates because I'm on the ballot in 7 states. You go vote for me. And in Michigan, write-in. So now with a write-in, it's super hard, but in Michigan, maybe it's possible, right? In Vermont, what do you need to get delegates? 15%. So is it easy getting 15% even in Vermont? No, it's not. You guys should know that, right? But if this ad comes viral, we break through, people begin to understand, hey, we vote in this direction, and this guy is gonna fight like hell for peace. And he might actually be able to deliver it if he gets enough delegates.
The argument here that he's making, I think, falls apart if like the DNC or the Democratic establishment is just like, we're calling your bluff. You're going to give us your delegates because you're not going to throw this election to Trump. Like, what does he do? What does he do if they play hardball? Does he throw it to Trump? I have no idea. I don't know what this plan seems incredibly flawed in a number of ways. I know he's being dead serious. But like, even if we got that far, like, I feel like he doesn't actually have a plan for this. Can the DNC do that? What mechanism would they use? I mean, the DNC, they're being like a stand-in for like the Democratic establishment. In his scenario, there's like going to be like this, there's going to be like this huge brouhaha when it comes to the Electoral College, and they're going to rely on his delegates to be able to endorse Biden and vote for Biden. I believe is the argument he's making here, which is insane.
Start collecting delegates, and then we have some.
Wait, does the Democratic establishment know how to play hardball? Absolutely. With members within their own party, absolutely. With Republicans, not so much.
Degree of power, and I'm never going to give away that without getting something significant in return for progressives.
Okay, so finally, talk to me about why Trump's court battle in regard to his ballot situation is relevant to you.
Yeah, so one of the things that they debated, and there's an article in The Hill today about it, is, all right, how are we going to resolve this? There's a couple of different ways. One is say, oh, he's not an officer, so technically it doesn't count, et cetera, right? But one of the critical ones, most important ones is, hey, are the states allowed to decide constitutional issues or not. And the article in The Hill today said they think, and that's just their opinion, the person who wrote that article, that the court is likely to decide based on that issue so that it doesn't go to whether it was or was not an insurrection. That they might want to avoid the topic of whether it's an insurrection. Okay. And the way to avoid that is to say, that's it, you can't make any constitutional determinations if you're at the state level. That doesn't mean that I can serve, but that would mean fairly definitively that I can run.
That you can run, and then when it's called into question your eligibility to run, that'll be adjudicated in the courts.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, and think about this scenario.
Man, this is such there's so many red flags about this. Like it's insane. It's insane to me how anyone can watch this segment and be like, ah, yes, Cenk Uygur is grounded in reason, and really knows what he's doing here. Like you all understand this is like delusional nonsense, right? He's talking about the primary. There's no way Joe Biden is going to need those delegates to win the primary. He has no competition. He has no meaningful competition in the primary whatsoever. Like, I mean, to be honest, I wasn't sure if he was talking about in like the general or in the primary, but like either way, it's delusional.
Now, I know these are all probabilities and a lot of them are low probabilities, but let's say that we do great in Vermont and we get a bunch of delegates. Well, that made news, okay? And by the way, Minnesota is on Super Tuesday. Minnesota is another very progressive state. And also Oklahoma and Texas, they're very conservative, but who knows how their Democratic voters are? The Democratic voters in Oklahoma might be
Yeah, since his launch, he's raised more than $250,000. That's as of a couple months ago, several months ago now. What about FEC filing? Yeah, $340,000 on hand. Interesting. What on earth did they spend $260,000 on? Consulting, legal fees, that makes sense. Ballot access marketing, strategic consulting, online fundraising. I'm not going to go through all of this, but like, my God. Cenk is paying himself? Wait. Where? What? He got reimbursed $43,000? For what? What? Huh. I mean, I don't know if this screams red flag or not, honestly. I'm not good when it comes to accounting stuff, but like, Are these average prices for that? No, this is how much they said they spent on that. Well, it makes sense to have a lot of legal fees because you're paying for attorneys that are, you know, in different states to try and get ballot access. Also makes sense that there would be ballot access fees. There would make sense that there would be general legal consultancy on like his campaign. These things are normal and I think fine, right? But like a $43,000 reimbursement does seem like a lot. I just don't know what it was for, and it doesn't really say. Yeah, like a reimbursement is money you spent out of pocket and then get paid back, but like what was it for is not said.
Mainly minorities who are very progressive.
Which like is not uncommon for like documents like this. I'm just kind of curious in general. Not to start speculation, but that is about the price of a decent new car. I mean, maybe. But again, I think we lack too much information to come to any like definitive conclusion based on any of that.
Etc. Right? So if we get those delegates on Super Tuesday and people begin to realize, oh, if I give this brother delegates, he's going to use them for something I really, really agree with, whether he wins or doesn't win. And you layer that on top of that, the Trump case goes our way. Wait a minute, then we go to all the others.
The $43,000 was for web design.
States and go, you got to put me on the ballot. And now we got 30 more states where I'm on the ballot where I can get even more delegates. So look, when I started this, Anna, as you know, I was under no delusion that this is like, oh, it's going to be nip and tuck between me and Biden. You know, it was a very long shot, very low probability. But what we're trying to do is create any way, get caught trying, any way to find power and leverage for progressives and for peace and to use it and to find opportunities. And that's exactly what we're in the middle of doing.
See, but the thing that gets me is here, right? Like you had $340,000 and you were able to like get $250,000 more in like donations, right? If I'm understanding the numbers we've looked at here. So you had like over $500,000 to spend. And like instead of spending that on like small local races across the country where you could get like progressives elected at local and state levels, instead of spending that money in that way, a way that like would most effectively use your money, you chose to spend it on a campaign to try and like gain like one political favor in the presidential election, the most expensive possible thing you could spend it on. $500,000, like guys, sometimes it's like a couple $1,000s can like turn the tide of like a local level race or even a state level race. You know, like if his goal was to get leverage, there are way more effective ways to do it than to run a presidential campaign against an incumbent president. But like, okay, even if you took out like the $250,000, $340,000 would go a very long way, you know? I don't think that this is about him gaining leverage. I don't think that. I don't believe that. I mean, even if you wanted to spread it out, Gamergy, $300,000 could change like what, a couple, 100 local elections, you know? You could pick a state and like change the political landscape of that state if you wanted to do that with that money. You know? Why didn't they put Anna up instead of Cenk? Well, probably because Anna's smart enough to not want to have anything to do with this.
Finding these opportunities and taking advantage. So anyone who's involved, we love it. One of the things that we ask for now info@jankforamerica.com, and share in all the ways that you can through my social medias. Send us memes. I suck at memes, to be honest with you, okay? Like graphics, video.
I mean, like when it comes to like local races, though, I feel like you could focus on like 100 local races with that kind of money, you know, like not state level races, but like local races, absolutely.
Pictures, whatever you got, anything that'll help us go viral with these ideas, with the ad, etc. You're seeing all that there. And by the way, anybody gives over $100 to the campaign, I call them. They're usually shocked when I call them, but I call them in person. And we now are calling people, a certain number of random people who give under 100 to also at jankforamerica.com. I bought a whole bunch of Trump URLs to
Oh no, all right.
DonorDon.com, TrumpCzar.com. I got a lot more where that came from. We'll save that for another day. But
why would you do that? I mean, I guess it's kind of fun, but like, my God.
Here I am getting caught in the middle of trying.
Guys, when I say local level races, I'm not talking about like for state senate. I'm talking about like local races.
All right, cool. All right, everyone. So check out Jank's social media and also.
All right, cool.
So the town hall tonight after the show, after our special at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Pacific. Go to which website do you want to? jankforamerica.com. Is that the best?
Yeah, so the ad will be there. That's the best place. By the way, when you're wondering, hey, where are the town halls? You go to events and you'll see, if you want to see my interviews, including this one, you go to press, you'll see that. You'll see what our pledge to the.
But like city council, like different positions in like a city government, etc. Yeah, like especially like larger cities, for example. You know, when we see like political power get used for progressive causes in places like Houston, we see that they're able to implement things like citywide UBI. You know, like these are positions that can affect millions of people's lives. City council can be won with a few $1,000s. Yeah, and the city council wields an immense amount of power. I don't know. I feel like a focus on local level politics is the foundation of what becomes state level politics, and the foundation of what then becomes national level politics, you know? Obviously, it depends on the city. Like the cost of doing that in New York is going to be like crazy compared to like the cost of doing it in, you know, like I don't know, Albuquerque.
What the progressive delegate pledge will be, what they're going to fight for on our behalf if we get those delegates, and honestly, it's now is more exciting than it's ever been, Anna, because the idea of winning is always a super long shot, but the idea of winning delegates is a lot more doable. And now, before the delegates, what's the point if you're going to lose? But now there might be a delegate fight, and those delegates might be super valuable. And to be able to use them for the purposes that our audience cares about, that progressives care about, decent people in America care about, it would be an amazing opportunity.
All right, thank you so much, Jank.
All right, thank you, Anna.
Thanks for watching. If you become a member.
Yeah, Anna was trying to engage with this as little as humanly possible, because it is deeply embarrassing. For sure. Again, yeah, money alone is not enough to make a difference. You need volunteers, you need people on the ground. But all I'm saying is, like, can you guys at least like give me and like recognize that like a couple $1,000s for certain campaigns on like the local or even the state level can mean the difference between them being able to make like an actual shot at winning versus like none at all. Can you guys give that to me? You guys, does that sound crazy to you guys? Because like I'm familiar with like political campaigns that have had to like, you know, that don't have like printer paper. They don't have money to like print anything. you know? I just feel like I'm on crazy pills. In my city, in my old small town, oh hell yeah, that could change the whole town. Yeah, that exactly. This is what I'm talking about. When you support a candidate, does that mean you are shipping it? I mean, I guess in the technicalist sense of the word. If we were going to put it into Tumblr talk, yeah. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Migs. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. You're not upsetting me. I just wanted to make sure that like my point was getting across. It you know, autistically, I feel the need to like make sure that I'm able to communicate my point. Okay. Folks, we've now been going for 3.5 hours. And folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, finding it fun, silly, whatever, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch. We are now 8 follows away from 9,900. I think we might even be able to do it tonight. And remember to hit the subscribe button and hit the like button on the stream. And I just want to say, I've only made one official plug to you guys today to like the stream, and you guys already have over 100 likes on the stream. That is amazing. Good work, folks. You guys got like 108 likes on the stream, and I've only had to ask you guys once. That you're doing good. You're doing good. Good job, little chatters. This is me rubbing your little peepo heads. All right. You've pleased me greatly this day. Well, yeah, exactly, Derbs. The small races don't boost Jenk's ego. I don't think we've seen the fart segment on YouTube. Well, that's because I haven't edited enough streams yet. I still have like 20 in my backlog. And folks, consider dropping some subs or donos, because I rely on those to not die. And frankly, I like not dying. I like having the ability to eat food and have health insurance. And you know, have a place to piss and shit in, and also sleep. So if you would like to support me or like to make sure I can continue to make content, consider dropping some subs or donos. I very much appreciate them. The super chats, the memberships that you guys get over on YouTube, all of it helps a lot. And yeah, again, consider coming over to riverboat.gg. It's the on-screen chat here, and where any of your subs or donos go directly to me, 100%, as opposed to on YouTube, where 70% come my way, and on Twitch, where 50% comes my way. So again, consider doing all that. And yes, we are on the road to being bigger than Hassan, baby. To the moon! OMG, biggity, TYT, young turds hurt my heart. Same. I need to use the bathroom, so I will be back in a few minutes. Again, consider dropping those subs or donos. I would very, very much appreciate them. And I will be back in a few minutes after I use the bathroom. BRB. Hello, everybody. I'm back, folks. Hope you didn't miss me too much while I was gone. Hello, 10-letter name. Good music helped? Hell yeah. All right. See. Yeah, we got over 200 people watching right now. That's crazy. Thank you all for being patient while I'm off at the bathroom. My goodness. You look like the principal from Matilda. The actress who played Matilda is a cousin of Ben Shapiro. That is true. That is true. I need to know whether or not you are telling me a compliment. The principal from Matilda. Oh. I feel like that's rude. This was like one of the first results. Well, thanks, I guess. But I do have my hair up in a bun. I wanted to be funny. It's okay. You can call me ugly. It's all good. It's a step from being called Buffalo Bill. Yeah, maybe. All right. What else we gotta cover today? Open so many tabs. All right. So we got some good news coming out. Good news, everybody. The Greek country of Greece is about to vote for same-sex marriage, baby. That's right. They're about to finally legalize gay marriage in Greece. As we know, the birthplace of gays. You gotta go to the website. Twitch don't appear to them. What? Yeah, if you want to be in the on-screen chat, you gotta be on the website. Thank Apollo. Finally, it's true. It's true. The Greeks will finally be able to marry their true loves. I don't know. This isn't a full segment or anything. I just, you know, it's just really nice. It's nice that people in Greece will be able to be gay and such. I like that. LGBTQ parents say they and their children are treated as second-class citizens. Greece legalized civil partnerships for couples of all genders in 2015, allowing couples certain rights such as hospital visitation and the ability to name each other in their wills, but the law does not afford gay couples the right to jointly have or adopt children. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Balia, a member of the queer family support group Rainbow Families, says this leaves many parents without the legal right to drop off or pick up their children from school, travel with them outside of the country, visit them in hospitals, and more. Damn. Well, good that is about to be turned around, hopefully. Only 60 members of Greece's 300-member parliament have expressed intent to vote against the same-sex marriage bill. So, yeah, it seems like they're finally they're finally going to vote in favor of it. Recent polls showed that about 49% of Greeks oppose legalizing same-sex marriage, which means 51% support it, which is great. But yeah, apparently the Orthodox Greek Church has been campaigning very, very hard against legalizing same-sex marriage in Greece. But looks like they're about to lose, baby. Let's go. I'm excited because as history has maybe shown, Italy follows in the footsteps of Greece, and I would love to see Italy become a more welcoming place for LGBTQ people, as well as, elect someone who's not a fascist. I would like that a lot. They'll be following Ireland in being another country to legalize gay marriage by referendum. Hell yeah, baby. Orthodoxy has always been what if Catholic, but worse. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? How can Italy not have gay marriage when all of their police look like gay bikers? Wait, does Italy have gay marriage? They've recognized same-sex civil unions since 2016. But do they... Oh. Well, yeah, Italian government tells Milan to stop registering same-sex couples' children. Yeah, so, let's, Italy needs to do some work getting rid of their fascists, okay? Y'all have many, all I'm gonna say is Italy has many perfectly serviceable gas stations, okay? Okay. Being sick sucks, chat. I want to do like another 5 hours of show. There's so much to cover. And we have so much more ground to cover when it comes to brain rot. So I'm curious. Yeah, how are you feeling, OS Crane? Oh. I was wondering if we should do a vote on what kind of brain rot you would like. Democracy, I know. What brain rot? Piers Morgan or Steven Crowder? There you go. Democracy. Wait, brain rot. Yep. Look, I'm sorry. Nothing gets you guys to support my work financially more than brain rot. Ten seconds left for the voting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steven Crowder takes it. All right, it's time to watch Steven Crowder just chill out in, the African American community and talk to them about issues. Y'all voted for this. Okay, you all voted for this, and I'm gonna play Death Stranding while we suffer through the consequences of your democratic vote. Okay. Divorced dad energy. Yes, democracy is, truly what I'm conditioning you all to feel throughout all of this is that democracy is a mistake. That's honestly the main lesson from my show. Okay.
For like a beauty license? How often?
Every 2 years.
And what's the test like?
I do 15 minutes of sex trafficking, and then you gotta do 5 hours of just continual education.
When you say sex trafficking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're gonna have to give what?
The chasm between white and black Americans is growing wider with each passing day. Our views, culture, general outlook on life are so different that even living in the same community, sharing the same space, is something that's almost unfeasible. At least, that's what you'd believe if you're an avid consumer of legacy media.
Trust should not be doled out easily to anyone, especially white people.
Here's the thing I've noticed, and you can comment if this is the same for you. It doesn't match up at all with my lived experiences, and that's what's inspired me to actually do what the likes of these legacy media outlets refuse to do. Get out into the community and have real conversations with average Americans, black Americans, white Americans, not caricatures of what the media thinks black people are. People like Van Jones.
I was shaking listening to him talk.
In the latest installment of this series, I made my way to a cultural mainstay in modern black American society, the barbershop. Because really, what better place to find authentic, unfiltered perspective than the place that's iconically known as the breeding ground for conversation in the black community.
Honestly, if this was anyone but Steven Crowder, I'd be like, this is actually, like, I'm in favor of this as a concept, Like, going and, like, talking with average people in a barbershop. I think that's a decent concept for, like, a journalistic show. I just don't trust Steven Crowder to do this well at all. I don't trust him to do this. Yeah, like, when does the other shoe drop here? I give it 30 minutes before he starts asking people for the N-word pass. I wonder. Because, like, part of me wonders if he's, like, this is being born out of, like, desperation, and so he's trying to get people to think that he's normal,
You think Bill Cosby did it? That's interesting.
Shallow pudding man.
Okay, well, we're 1 minute and 40 seconds in, and he just asked if she thought Bill Cosby did it. Right?
For conversation in the black community.
Do you think Bill Cosby did it?
Cool. Haha, we're opening up this segment, and do you think that Bill Cosby did all of those rapes? Is insane, dude.
That's interesting.
Shallow pudding man.
And what did I find? Are black and white Americans as far apart from each other as we've been told? Well, see for yourselves. This is Black and White on the Gray Issues.
You know what it is? It's white bitches. I'm not gonna lie. Oh no, I don't give a.
You're good with these two right here.
It's white women. Okay, let me ask you this: has there ever been a group of people that has had it better than white? And yes, I mean white women, not even white men. White women in the 21st century who complain more. Think about it. Everything. It's like they have all the benefits of being like a protected class. but they're also just white people. So, you know, they just, and everything is a complaint. And those are the ones who always get offended. Like you saw at SMU, they come like, you can't say that. Like, what the hell? And that's how this started. Like, I would say, like, that's racist. I'm like, what's racist? Say that black people make better comedians? Like, have you heard of Richard Pryor? Like, that's a compliment. Like, I'm a comic. They're like, you can't say that. That's a stereotype. They say it for black people, white women. You're just like, you just shut up.
Some people always just want to be heard and be seen, saying a lot, but not saying anything at all.
I know.
You know, so it's a white women, white people. You know, they have it easy. No, it's not like that, 'cause I'm not that type of dude. The white people do have it easy, but white women, absolutely, I absolutely agree with you. I'm terrified. You know, what gets me is, I've been sitting at downtown Dallas.
Yeah.
And some people, I walk by, they lock their door.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I have nothing. I would do nothing, anything to you, but just to be.
Well, yeah, they also get to the teardrop tattoo and think that means you bag somebody. You know, you got to give them that.
But I'm not the guy that's unapproachable.
I know. Like, that means he's been initiated. Oh, I saw Gran Torino. I know how this ends.
Look at that.
What?
Yeah, I was like, I don't think that's race specific right there. You just see that and you kind of like, just shift to the.
No, yeah, like I tell you what, if I didn't know Post Malone and I was driving, I would lock my doors. You know, I'd hide my cocaine.
Yeah, goddamn, I ain't got all this shit on my face. But I mean,
that's why it makes it stand out more, though, because it's like you're making a statement. Like, did you see this? Because if someone has like a bunch of tattoos, you just think they're a hipster. You know what I mean? But the teardrop, you think like, see, well, because I was raised in Montreal, where the crazy thing is people don't realize like the biker gangs there, I think it was 116 people were killed in a decade from biker gangs. Like the biker gangs from the.
So 16 people a year in Montreal were killed due to biker violence? Yeah. Biker. Yeah. The insidious biker problem on the mean streets of Montreal. Yeah. Okay, Steven.
Here,
yeah, you're
so
hard.
We won't send the Hells Angels. Like, we're not going to send anyone out to Montreal. They're incredibly violent because they have the ports that'll. Everything comes in through the ports in Montreal before it gets to New York, and so people kind of know there. It's not like a teardrop tattoo, but if you see that like 3-piece rocker, it's a sign. They're letting you know. So it's the same thing in certain areas in the States, right? If they see, like in LA, if you see a teardrop, for sure. I mean, I lived in Inglewood for a while. If I saw teardrops there, I'd be like, all right. I don't wear red, don't wear blue, just stay neutral. This would be the worst shirt to wear when I was in Inglewood. I was all earth tones and beige and khaki and But I understand what you're saying, but it is.
I'm being stereotyped, though.
You know.
But at the same time, I get it. But I'm one of the people, I guess you have to get to know me.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's the same with a lot of, what I was saying too, like I'm stereotyping now. Like we can't be colorblind because that's stupid. And then you can't just make it the sole identifying factor, right, is race. Like there's a middle ground, like recognizing the differences and being like, that isn't what defines you. But it's the same thing with anything, whether it's, sexuality, orientation. It's like, okay, that's a part of you. So when people are like, I don't see color, it's like, so I know you're a liar. Like, that's not true. But you also don't want to be like all black people, all white people. And I know the irony's not lost to me. I just said white, but that's largely true. It's a weird time where you kind of have to pick one of these two lanes, and neither one is necessarily helpful. And
what's interesting here is that he's ostensibly going here to get their perspectives, but really what's happening here is that he's just talking at them to get them to nod along with what he's saying. That's the main point he's trying to make here.
It really is often, like I will tell you this, my interactions with, generally speaking, like if I hold a door open, this will happen, everyone will tell you, especially after like the Me Too era. If I hold a door open for a black woman, you just say, thank you. If I hold a door open for a white woman, either they don't say thank you, like I can do it myself. It's like, well, I didn't mean to ruin your whole day like that. I was just trying to,
I'll take things that have never happened for $500. Like, this isn't. No one is like, how dare you open a door for me? Like, no one does this. He's making it up. His source is that he pulled it out of his ass.
Like, what do you think? You think I'm trying to sexually assault you? Holding a door open? Like, I have better interactions, and this is what we one of those. I'm guessing. Like, I have better interactions, generally speaking, with black women than white women, specifically, just because you can talk and they're not looking for a reason to be offended all the time.
Those are your experience. I have those experience on both sides. I think that's upbringing.
Sure.
The way you was brought up and the way you are. Because I've held the door open for a black woman and she just walk on through and I'll be like, okay, well, you know, I've held the door open for a white woman and she done the same thing. So, but white and black have said thank you as well. But some women period, if I hold the door open and they don't say that, I'll say, well, okay, well, you know, do it like that. I'm sarcastic.
Yeah. What were your names?
My name is Maya.
Maya?
I'm Jazz.
I feel like what we're going to be seeing throughout this is just Steven Crowder saying insane shit, and these perfectly nice people trying to, like, give him the benefit of the doubt while they try and parse the idiocy that's coming out of his mouth, you know?
Jasmine, nice to meet you. I won't shake your hand, leave the mouse and stuff in there. I'll mess up. But okay, let me ask you, Maya. If you're just sitting there like you're just going about your business in a day, and a man compliments you, like says like, "Oh, you have beautiful skin," or "Oh, I like your hair," does that make you uncomfortable at all?
No.
See, most white women answer yes.
No.
No.
That's been my experience. Like, I will specifically hold back compliments with white women. And I mean, I say because I'm not going to compliment a white or black dude, you know, unless it says teardrop tattoo. Like, that's very good work. You should let your artist know. But yeah, I will hold back because you will get someday. It's a 50-50 shot. They'll get mad. And that's just, I think, comes from, you know, maybe more traditional views of kind of decorum and chivalry, where it seems like black women are, even if they don't appreciate it, aren't offended by it. Like, white men they walk on eggshells all the time. Where that's a big reason we want to talk about it. Let me ask you this.
To deliver stuff
and
to a weather station.
It's just a statistical reality. Why do you think that 70% of suicides in the United States, 70% are white men? Like, consider, because often people think they have it really easy, but it's just they're twice as likely to just off themselves as black men. So it's crazy high.
Honestly, I believe sometimes stability is one of the biggest ones, honestly, because they have such a prestige way about wanting to be the upper class, I would say, put it that way. And like when it's hard times, a lot of people, I won't just say white, but a lot of times black people come from hard times, and white people kind of don't sometimes. I won't say everybody, because you have a different life experience, but just from an overall world spectrum, it seems like when it gets a little harder, it's hard for them.
I think that's part of it. I think
the pressure of the family, because there's a lot of pressure dealing with the family. Being the man of the house, you know what I'm saying? Not just the man, but the provider, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything is over here.
No, there's definitely. I think it's that, and I think it's combined with the fact that, I mean, like, you know, we talk about sort of white, because a lot of like modern feminism is spearheaded by sort of American, maybe Canadian white women, where it's check your privilege, shut up. You're a white man. There's no way you can have anything going on. It's a struggle.
Exactly.
And they don't have the same community. Like, I think one thing that maybe black people take for granted compared to a lot of white people is like this isn't a thing.
Very much like a shotgun
for a lot of white men. And so what happens is they feel ashamed and they feel isolated from those pressures, and they just feel like there's no way out. And well, I better not complain because I'm a white man. So you know, I must have it easier than everyone. And it's
a stereotype. Dealing with the pressure as well. You know, you have so much pressure as well. And it seems like that's kind of overlooked, but if you really look deep into it, you can tell that that's what it is, because even just from their upbringing, most of the time, they're pressured to get the best education, get the best, you know, the highest paying job, or making sure that your family is taken care of. And like, you see it in your own home as well. A lot of black people don't see that in their home. So it's a difference, you know?
Yeah.
Unless you make your mind different and want to do something different, honestly.
Do you think it's like because when you talk about the household, like if something goes wrong or they fall short, that it's automatically sort of placed upon the white father figure, you think, that pressure where it's like it's his fault?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And at the same
It's
time.
not just in movies.
But you're saying that's not the same in black households? Is it more
Because most of the
even?
time it's either a one household where the dad takes care of, if it is a dad in the house, he might take care of everything, but you hear complaining, you hear different things going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's not always a happy home. It's just like,
I don't have any pressure from my family. They treat me like a babe and give me money. I get pressure from people who are racist but don't think they are. Fair.
like you see it, you identify it, and this is.
No, I don't think this is him doing this instead of going to therapy. I think what he's doing here is like a shotgun approach to conversation. He's throwing out just a ton of different talking points to try and get them to latch on and like find a point of agreement on one or two things that he can then hone in on and be like, ah, see, yes, you agree with my points. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a conversational process to tokenize them for sure. Yeah, a weaponized Gish Gallop for content.
That's what it is, you know?
Yeah.
Either it's a one mother home and she's doing everything herself, or there's a father in the home, he's always working.
Yeah.
And she's responsible for, she works too. That's the fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a start. Why do you think that is? You say it's either like a one parent household. Why do you think?
A lot of times people don't want a responsibility. They want to live their life. They might start off acting like they want to be a part of it, but then it's like the immaturity of they're not mature enough to really put their needs last. Instead of putting them first, they can be a better person and a better father or a better mother, you know? But if they put their needs first, everybody has a choice. Because I could be a mom and be like, well, I want to take care of my kid. You know, that could be a choice. But somebody else might be like, well, I'm a dad. I don't want to take care of my kid, you know, and that could easily be. But a mom can't leave that easily because most of the time she's the one who's taking care.
Do you think it's both though? Because this is one thing in talking with people, like you will hear, obviously a lot of black women talk about fathers who don't want to take responsibility. But if you talk with black men, sometimes they'll say, well, no, wait, I do. But it's a system where sometimes they don't want me around.
Right.
And it's a child support and alimony thing where I want to support my kids, but I don't want to support a lifestyle that isn't supporting the kids. So do you think there's truth to both sides of that?
There is.
There is?
Some people take advantage, but the ones who really need it don't. But there's always going to be a group of women who take advantage of that. And that's if you're rich or poor.
Well, see, that's a balanced view.
Yeah.
Which, that's what we're like in the white community, you don't generally see that. You would, if I would ask a white woman, you'd be like, no, it's only the men who are deadbeats who are losers. And then if you would ask a lot of white men, they'd be like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit. And they get browbeat. You know, they just take it.
Yeah.
They take it.
They do.
No one says this.
They often do. It's and that's not healthy.
I know.
It's not healthy.
You know, I can't put myself in that man's shoes, but
This is like really weird. He's like trying so hard to get them to say shit. You know?
it just feels like the weight is really on him.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
highly
Black community,
divorced
the weight is
energy.
really on him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, think of how many songs, right, come out. I mean, Tupac was always rapping about his mom. I don't really think I can't think. Are there any white guy songs about?
Mama.
I'm sorry, Mama, from Eminem, but that's about cleaning his closet, like spring cleaning and shit.
Mama, right.
Mom, I'm coming home. That's Ozzy Osbourne, but it doesn't have the same meaning. I mean, if you look at, yeah, that's just silly. It's silly stuff. No, that's a good point. Yeah, it's kind of more Well, what's funny about that though too is, like you said, it's kind of like more matriarchal, like centered around the mom. But I would also say that generally speaking, compared to what like black both men and women are more comfortable with the idea of like kind of traditional gender roles. Like they expect their men to be stronger.
Well, which one then?
Black women.
Yeah.
They want a stronger man, whereas often like in the white community, it's kind of like
Stability.
and being more sensitive.
And sensitivity.
Yeah.
There you go, right. Stability and sensitivity. Everybody wants stability, but that, I mean, even look at all the athletes. They're not with their culture. They
Right.
go for another culture, right?
Yeah.
Because they grew up wanting stability.
Mm-hmm.
They have nothing in common.
Right.
They don't speak the same language,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
stability.
And then some athletes just beat the shit out of their girlfriend in an elevator.
That's because they're weak too.
Yeah.
Whoever went for the weak man went for the weak woman too. Because
Thought he
none
was
of them
making a
strong enough to keep it up right here. They're both right here no matter how much money.
Do you think that's something that you think that's something that's lacking just in general, like the idea of hey being a strong? Because it doesn't mean that it's, my view is sexism, so like a strong male figure, like masculine role, and a strong mother female role, but you complement each other. And now it just, that's a big struggle right now where a lot of the roles just seem completely blended, where it's not a team, a partnership. Do you think it's a little more clear in the black, even, start discounting or disregarding the single parent household? Do you think that's something that maybe is more clear in the black community? As far as like, okay, you're a man, I'm a woman, and we're okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's clear, honestly. I came from a mother and a father, a two-parent home, but I still feel like my mom did the work. My dad did provide, but he was more like the disciplinary, and she was more like the home caretaker, and the mother, and the, everything.
Well, that term is relative because, if you had two black parents, they were both more disciplinarian than a lot of white parents in 2023. I mean, I go to the mall, I see black mothers with their kids and what, like, can you stop? They have them on leashes and and black moms are like, you better stop. The kid knows, and they get right in line. There's not a lot of discipline in the white community right now with kids. Yeah, okay, I see that eye roll, right? So you see that, right? And do you think that it's kind of lacking? It's a good thing to have more discipline with kids, more traditional discipline?
Oh, absolutely. I remember when I was in school, like, you actually get paddled.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, it wasn't just the parents. It was actually, just any adult figure in your life. And it started with the teachers because you're at school all day long. Now, I mean, you look at a kid wrong and they're going to call the police on you. So it's just, I don't know where that started to fall by the wayside as far as the disciplinary portion. Within the home and within the school system. I mean, it's like I feel like it started there, and then gradually the kids kind of figured out, oh well, we can get away with this at school. Maybe we can get away with this with our parents too. So that first kid that called the cops on their parents, and then it just kind of went by the wayside from there. It's like, I mean, what happened to parents actually being able to? I mean, I'm not saying physically abuse them, but I mean,
spank them.
Yeah, keep them in line.
Yeah.
Go outside. Pull that switch off the tree. Yeah, bring it back here because I'm going to beat your ass. Because you know what you did. We need so much of that. I think there would be so fewer problems just in the world in general if kids were disciplined.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I remember because, I was a little and also was, raised in a very white area of Canada. And they told us, they had that whole conversation, no one's ever allowed to touch you or spank you. And so they said, you call CPS. And one time I threatened my dad. I was like, I'm gonna call Child Protective Services. And he just looked at me and said, no, you're not. That was his, no, you're not. And he made me pick my wooden spoon. And he was, but he was, I would tell you this, what I do appreciate about my dad was he was very, I think the balance is, I have 2-year-old twins, and so we have to kind of figure, and they're at the age where they're so sensitive that, like, just even like putting them in a chair in a timeout, it works, you know what I mean? But I know at some point, if they're like me, that's not gonna work. Certainly, if my son is like me, like, I would get a timeout, and I'm going to my room and playing Super Nintendo, like, didn't do anything. Right. But the balance was, I know that with my dad, he would make me pick my wooden spoon, and I'd get spanked, like, depending on the offense, 1 spank or like 3 spanks, and I'd have to do it and kind of take it like, and then after that though, it was over. Right. And my dad and I were really close. We're still like best friends to this day. But I still respect him.
He's my producer.
But that's why we were close. My mom occasionally Like I could tell she was mad. Like a little part of me was like, I think she's enjoying this. And that, I think, bothered me more. Whereas I knew my dad didn't like it. Like my dad didn't want to. It's like, you can't do this. You know, you just burned down half the shed. I have to discipline you. Whereas my mom, like, don't talk back. Well, she's French Canadian. Like, don't talk back to your mother. And like, I'm like, oh, this is gonna sting. But not that either of them ever like crossed a line. But yeah, I think as long as it's not done in a way that's like an emotional thing, it's just this is a consequence thing. And now
and explain exactly why you're doing it. You know, I love you, but you.
So, the issue here is that child brains don't work like this. Like, child brains work along logical consequences. Like, hey, when you are doing this thing, you act this way. As a result, when you are doing that thing and you act that way, I am like, you're gonna have to take a break to calm down. You know? Like, if you sit down and you're like, I am beating you because you did that thing, all you're teaching a child to do is how to fear you. Right? And that will absolutely work to get a child to do what you want them to do. But it won't actually help them to learn why. It won't help them to learn, like, coping skills that will allow them to, like, identify behavior and then, like, change accordingly. All it does is teach them fear. All it does is traumatize them for, you know, your short-term benefit. That's it.
You've done this. This is the consequence to what you have done. You know? But just let them know, I still love you, but I gotta do what I gotta do. You know.
Do black parents do soap in the mouth? Do they do that? Did she do it? Yeah, that would be like if you know, dirty words. But they did it with my brother one time because he was my older brother and he convinced me that I was adopted.
Not everybody does that. My brother did that. My little sister, everybody crying.
No, he like convinced me I was adopted.
You really did
and to go like find my parents. Like he helped pack my bag. You know.
That's what my brother used to act.
Also, I just want to say how irritated I am that someone used all of my climbing ropes in Death Stranding to get to the top of this area and then didn't throw the ropes back down. So now I have to climb up all of these areas by hand.
My dad, I remember he grabbed a bar of soap. He was like, now what you just did is the worst thing you can possibly do to your little brother. That's worse. That's an awful thing to do. And so I'm going to wash your mouth out so you never speak these kinds of things again. Like, okay. And he never did it again. At least not when they found out, you know. But yeah, and then it definitely is, I would agree with you on that. It's just like, if I were to say this, like you were just talking about, say this on campus with, you know, predominantly upper middle class, like white people, particularly women, they'd be, this right here would horrify them. Or, I can't believe that's abuse. It's like, there's a difference between, if we can all agree that beating kids is bad, disciplining kids is necessary.
Exactly.
We can't even have these conversations. This is kind of goes back to the idea of how isolated. Sorry. When I leave here with a perm, this isn't on, is it?
No.
I'm gonna leave looking like house party. But we can't even have these conversations a lot of the time, like in the white community, just because it's like disagreement is just, boom, cut off. We're very segmented.
I don't understand what's wrong with having an open conversation. I mean, and you can agree to disagree, but just have the conversation.
Most people be uncomfortable with the conversation, I believe.
Yeah.
They don't want. People don't like real conversations. They want to hear like something that's gonna make everybody feel better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna offend anyone. That's not gonna make anybody ruffle any feathers. Everybody's gonna be okay. You don't have to talk about that.
And that is
talk
not
about it.
life.
It never changes if you don't talk about it.
Do you think some of that extends though to, for example, from, we're talking about like kind of between white people, but like from the black community to the white community a little bit, because white men have been browbeaten as everything is racist for so long that they're just afraid to say anything. I mean, do you think there's some of that? Like, at what point do you think, for example, if, like, I'm, you know, comedian, and so one of my good friends, Nick DiPaolo, he's like one of the best ever. He did a show with a guy, Patrice O'Neill, who died too young. He was kind of poised to become like a Dave Chappelle. And all they did was just, for example, racist jokes. That was their show. You know, it was everything like, you dirty guinea from you know. And then, of course, all racist shit they say toward the giant 350-pound black guy. They were really good times. When do you think it crosses over? Or is it like normal comedy? That's a big conversation. I mean, you see it happening with Dave Chappelle from the LGBTQ side, but that's kind of something we've seen from white black for a long time. There's this policing of entertainment in a comedy. Where do you think that kind of
God damn it. God damn it.
I'm not even really sure. I don't listen to a lot. I don't really listen to a lot of music. But I always hear the fall.
Yeah.
I hear the afterwards.
Yeah.
So, that's their form of expression. So, I feel like.
Like, if you're a comedian, you know how his jokes go. It's up to you whether to sit there and listen to it.
Yeah.
You know, because somebody can get offended, but you know what he might talk about, what she might talk about. So if you go there and you get offended, you got a problem.
Yeah.
And they're human, just like that's just their profession.
You're there to laugh. So
Yeah.
if you're not going to laugh, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah. What do you think about like people saying like that was a racist joke, so this guy needs to be banned?
No, that's just.
You shouldn't have came to the show.
And you'd have to ban.
Everybody
Like,
just sign a waiver when they get their ticket.
yeah.
Like, might be some offensive language, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you have to ban like 90% of black comedians. Let's be honest.
But it will make everybody make their own decision whether they want to show up.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's right. But that's not what we're really seeing. Like the problem is now they're trying to say, oh, hon, I don't like what this person said, so no one should be able to go and see. Well, yeah, that's like Dave Chappelle, you know, or venues. I mean, I got in trouble. It's just they're like, oh, you can't because I do impressions. I have to do impressions of black people, celebrities. At what point does that become appropriation? Like, so it's okay to do an impression of Donald Trump, but not Pat Williams? Like, does that seem like? Is that? Some people try and say now that doing an impression of a black person is like blackface.
I was just about to say that is totally not the same thing. If you were
white people for years, like.
Yeah.
It'd be funny.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Every time every black comedian's white guy voice is like this, and we're like, it don't sound like that, but it's funny.
So what?
So that doesn't.
Not at all.
Then why do you think that's such a big deal in the media? Because this is why we do like this, because the media.
Because they always want kids.
No,
Yes.
they want to
That's
have
all
control.
that.
That's what they want. They want to control the people and what they say. They want to have the power. So it's to me, it's all about power because they behind the scenes saying jokes, racist jokes.
Yeah.
You know they are.
Yeah.
They're not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, you know, you're doing it, we're doing it too.
Right.
No, they're going to say, you're doing it, you know what, you need to switch your language, we don't like it.
Yeah.
And then go back in the back room and talk about what you just said and laugh.
Yeah. I feel like, and this is my ignorant white opinion if I were to listen to the media, I feel like there's been no group of people, it dawned on me, I was watching CNN, like MSNBC, I said there's never been a group of people who are so overrepresented in media than black Americans today without being represented at all. In the sense that if you were like to look at the percentage, it's like, 35% of CNN, they're black, but it's Joy Reid and it's Van Jones. And I'm sitting there because, again, I've been in green rooms and stuff with comics. I'm like, the they're saying that this is what the black community is bothered. Like, that's not at all what I hear.
No. You know what I'm saying? They want to be in control.
Yeah.
Even if it's not true. Like, I mean, it's just like how they say people cheated with the votes. Even if somebody won, whatever they want, it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even about what even if people say, because you see the crowd coming.
Yeah.
People are there to hear you laugh.
Yeah.
So for them to say something other, that's almost like the sky is green.
Yeah.
But it's really blue.
What? Yeah.
They just want to start.
Well, they want to divide people for sure. And that is something
divide, exactly.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Like Van, there's no clear example than, I don't know if do you know Van Jones? See, this is a perfect example. All liberal white people know Van Jones. Like, oh my God, Van Jones, he's such a great voice of the black community. And then every time I ask a black person, like, who? Van Jones? And he was on CNN this was like in the last 24 hours. So there was a Republican debate, and this guy, Vivek, he's an Indian American guy. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, this is the kind of thing that he said that would actually, like, black people would be like, that's funny. So, you know, Chris Christie, big fat guy, Vivek, on the stage, he said, no one's voting for you. He said, so why don't you just walk off the stage, go have a good meal, and, like, settle down. I was like, yeah, see, exactly. And Van Jones, he's like, I was so offended by this, I'm literally shaking. I'm like, I can't imagine can you imagine a black guy saying that here?
Not at all.
Like, you were shaking that someone told a fat joke to another dude?
Right. God, yeah, no. And they're probably looking at them crazy, like, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's trending right now. Right now, Van Jones like, this is ridiculous. He's like, I was shaking, I was so offended. Like, I can't tell you, like, comics, if you go into a green room, like, you put on a few pounds, you have a black man, like, you fat mother, like, that's the first, you're like, it's right away. Like, I think that's why there's so many good black comedians, too. Like, when people talk about we need affirmative action, there's one place you don't need it. First off, I think that's racist, saying we need X amount of black people, we need X amount of women, X amount of white people. But if you look at like the top 10 list of comedians,
if Steven Crowder has such faith in his ability to impersonate black comedians, why isn't he pulling out that amazing ability right now? Why would he not want to do that? I'm just curious. It's an amazing skill he has. But he doesn't want to pull it out. That's strange. Weird even.
top 5. Everyone's going to agree on Richard Pryor's, the Eddie Murphy's, the Dave Chappelle's, right? Like, there's a huge percentage of black people. Now, no one said we need this amount of black comedians. I think a big part of it comes from a culture of talking, of, busting balls, like, for sure. Like, they're okay making fun of each other. And that's one thing to me that I just sit like, well, when we talk about like how everyone's underrepresented, like, well, okay, we're talking about the NBA, we're talking about the NFL. What about comedians? Like, that's a perfect meritocracy. Black people tend to be funnier than white people, just because white people, like, that's what I'm basically saying. Van Jones is white. When he says, I'm shaking, I'm so offended, I'm like, that sounds like something my liberal uncle would say, like white guilt uncle. That does not sound like anything any of my...
By the way, when people are talking about, like, the idea of race as a social construct, this is what they're talking about. What Steven Crowder is doing right here is, race as a social construct. The idea that Van Jones, regardless of skin color, is acting white. That can also go in different ways, the go-to example we had was that those two white boys in the Channel 5 video who were accepted by their African American community and, like, for all intents and purposes, as black. But, like, Steven Crowder here is weaponizing this concept to be incredibly racist, of course.
My black guy friends would ever say.
I don't think so.
But ironically, Steven Crowder would also never recognize social constructs.
Because he had biceps and triceps, and y'all could see he got bust up. He wouldn't be offended. He was just offended. So that's what made him act like that. That was his defense mechanism, to be the victim.
There you go. Do you think that's a big thing, that the race to be a victim? Like the victim mentality?
Because it's trending right now. Look at everybody who's coming forward with every allegation about all the famous people and different things that's going on. Everybody wants to be known as a victim, like, what was me? But you made all the decisions you made. So you win.
You know what? It's interesting that you bring that up. I was just thinking about this. I think you're talking about, like, the Me Too stuff. So, like, we can all agree, it's like beating kids is bad. Rape is bad. Right? I think just to be clear, and right, like, it's a bad thing. We all agree. But considering that, okay,
what?
Like, okay, it doesn't take a genius, like, if you listen to hip hop, or like you watch BET, like sex sells in the black community, of course, right? Like white people didn't invent twerking, but there are far fewer accusations that you see from, like, you're talking like famous black women against famous black men, and then you go back to like Mike Tyson. But it was just this huge rush of white women, and then there were some that were horrible, like Weinstein. That guy deserves to die in prison. But then there was like Aziz, he had a bad date. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big thing they're taught in college, and if you regret sex afterwards, it's even if you consented.
No one was putting Weinstein on the same level as Aziz Ansari.
Back, are you?
No one. No.
Jeez, we're lucky they're.
Also, oh no, did he just do sexual assault apologia? Yeah. He did. Oh, they're so disappointed in how shitty my delivery was.
New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
But like, Aziz Ansari, to my understanding, didn't like sexually assault anyone. He like was putting like pressure on someone to put out, and like they wound up not having sex. And like, yeah, like shitty dude behavior, but not like a sexual assault situation. That was my understanding of it. Again, this was a case from like 5 years ago. You know? Good thing you work on Twitch and not as a Prime deliverer. True. Yeah, no. He's presenting these ideas and then trying to massage them in a way to get these people to agree with him.
Do you think that that's also like a problem now that because I'll tell you this, men are afraid to date. Because like they don't want to be alone with a woman, but particularly white women. Do you think that there's
particularly?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Do you think so?
What?
There's particularly white women?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't ever heard of a black.
It's all white women.
Mostly, I'm sure there's
Mostly,
like I'm sure there's one.
R. Kelly.
Well, he was pissing on people. I mean,
that's entirely different.
They let him. It's not like it's unheard of. They let him do that.
Can I tell you this? I don't even understand how that works. Not to get dirty. Oh my.
No, I don't know.
She goes,
like, oh, let me tell you.
No, I remember when I first heard about that. I was like, okay, because like when a guy is aroused, there's hydraulics at play. You can't pee.
Exactly. How do you have
to get yourself soft
in order to
do it, which is what turns you on, right?
That's terrible.
Yeah.
But I'm not. Damn it! It doesn't make any sense. Anyway.
Teach them.
But it is so. You think? Did they though with R. Kelly? Because it was so gross, I don't remember all of it. Did they consent to it? All the girls?
I never watched that. It's terrible.
I don't think all of them did.
No.
I think some, but I just don't remember the amount. Yeah, the number.
If he was like surprised on someone's face, that's bad.
Yeah.
Like if she just like walked out of the bathroom and he's like, ah! You know, that's a problem. But if they consented, it doesn't matter how weird it is. You know what I mean? Like there's stuff, it's like, hey, that's not my thing.
Right.
Right.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Because like you consider to it, and then now he's in trouble, you know?
Well, he might deserve it.
He might, but they deserve it.
I'm gonna move a seat closer because I can't now. It sounds like we're on the Titanic with this thing going. There was Well, Bill Cosby. Do you think Bill Cosby did it?
That's
Jesus Christ, dude.
That's interesting.
Jello pudding man.
Yeah,
he doesn't put it. Oh, what he really liked was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do think that I think that some of those were definitely not consensual.
Yeah, it's like
pretty sure
I
that
didn't
he.
hear about it. I mean, I heard that he did stuff, but I didn't hear the details. I don't like listening to today, so I don't.
But he was just like America's darling. Everybody, white and black. He was like the crossover. Everybody loved Bill Cosby, so he could do no wrong.
Yeah.
So I think that's just why he got away
Well, you can
with so
get away with
much.
nothing anyway.
Well, and I say he got away with it for so long.
Yeah.
And then somebody, they finally decided to join together and step up, speak out or whatever. But you see how long it took to actually convict the guy, or I don't even know. Did they convict him?
No, he's out
He
free
got
now.
away with it, yeah.
No,
so
they
it's
convicted
like,
him.
Here's the thing is,
Come on.
I don't.
You lying fuck.
It's like he did go to jail, but then there was like an appeal. It was a whole
And
thing.
then his thing got overturned.
Yeah, I got overturned.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that maybe it's tough to know, right? But what is interesting to me is if you were to say this in any group of white people, they'd all be like, "Oh, absolutely, he did it." Like, of course he did it.
I think they would have done it for him because he could do no wrong. He was just this overly sophisticated, powerful black man that did no wrong. And just had so many white friends who were, I mean, that was just, and you had white friends and powerful white friends. Oh, yeah, you were something. You were about something. So then when they had that opportunity to knock him down, oh yeah, he did it. He did it. So
don't you think though too, like there's a statute of limitations for a reason? Like you can't, if it happened, you can't come out 40 years later, right? That's a problem.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
because you can't prove that if it's false.
Oh,
you can't prove it's false, so you can't prove it's true. Now it's just the media.
Yeah. All right. It's just he said, she said. I mean, and your mind has changed. Everything has changed. So who can to say you can remember exactly unless you went to your diary and wrote down, and we can go back and
Well, that's what happened with you probably put Brett Kavanaugh with the Supreme Court justice. And of course, everyone. This is one thing. It's like I'm conservative, like Christian conservative. So people will say like, "Oh, you're racist no matter what." I think, oh, like that's why they'll just look at Justice Kavanaugh. I was like, first they tried to say he was racist, then they tried to say that he like that's how they tried to block him from becoming a Supreme Court justice. And first off, this woman who made it up, Christine Blasey Ford, she her story that she gave to the Washington Post didn't match up with her story to the cops. And the story to the cops didn't match up with the story of a friend. And the house that she claimed, where she was, didn't exist. And the other people said that never happened.
That's a lie.
And then Kavanaugh.
All of these are lies, my guy.
And they looked at his journals, and his journals matched up like all the other journals. It's like, okay, June 24th, he said he was going here, and they could see it from the year one of his athletic schedule.
This
where,
lying fuck.
He didn't write going to gang or something in his journal. He wrote the opposite. And they go, you know what, it seems like this checks out, but that was the attack.
Yeah, as we all know, rapists do when they are about to go do rapes. They write down in their journals, "I'm going to go do rapes." It is I, the rape man, here to rape you on June 23rd. Like that's not a thing. This doesn't happen. Dear diary, I did so many crimes today. Jesus Christ.
They were going to use politically, and some people still believe it. Some people still believe it just because he was accused of it.
I mean, sometimes that's all it takes. It's just to put that out there, just to, tarnish the name. Because once it's out there, it's kind of a done deal. It's sad.
I think this also goes back to the idea of, like we talked about, like white suicide. Because you said, like, okay, Bill Cosby, and I think he probably did some of it. But I think that for sure, like, white people in general are more likely to jump on board, guilty. I think black people in general, whether it's for black or white, are initially more skeptical. Let's wait. He was a bit of a, like if Johnny Depp was black, he wouldn't have had his life ruined until we all found out about Amber Heard. You know what I mean? Like I think black people are like, I don't know, she sounds great. Right? There's two sides to this.
Absolutely.
But that guy lost everything.
Yeah.
Right? Because everyone, she just said, oh, he did this. There was no proof. And he lost his Disney contracts, everything, until we got to court. Like, oh my God, this woman's a monster.
Yeah. That was a good thing, though, and that just showed that women can be cruel and just as ignorant as anybody else, men. So yeah, just to so I was actually very happy. Like, wow, she said all that, and that's another problem.
that I feel like men are hesitant because women lie so easily about whatever, and they believe it.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody, because she's the weak, one, and he's the, the more dominant one. That's not true at all. That's very stereotypical. So, yes, I was very happy.
I also think that it's funny to say that, but like black people as a community tend to be more
Is that a
forgiving
tar whale? Yes.
than white people in a lot of ways. Like in other words, okay, Johnny Depp, he obviously had an alcohol problem. I mean, like, so okay, you can be a drunken weirdo and not be a domestic abuser. You know what I mean? And I think it was like, oh, listen to this tape where he's drunk and he's like cussing at her. He must be guilty. Well, now we know that she threw a bottle at his head before that and broke his finger. But everyone was just so quick, like, oh, he's an alcoholic. He must be bad. Whereas I feel like often, like, well, hold on a second. Two things can be true. No one's perfect. So let's wait. And I think that maybe that stems from obviously like when we were definitively more racist country, the kind of idea of sort of, it's like a public lynching with your reputation now. You know what I mean? They kill your name.
Yep.
And I wonder if it's just like I've seen this before. I'm not going to go along with it until I get a little more
Talk to
information.
some black people
Yeah,
about
because I feel like
public
black people,
lynching,
honestly,
Stephen.
they have to be convinced.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I think, yeah.
That's why they follow trends. They have to see it first. You know what I'm saying? Then they get everybody doing it, and then it's like, okay, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
So the same way with decisions or anything like that, they want to hear the whole story because most of the time you are so right because they're so in tune. They want to hear the whole story because they want to know what happened.
Right.
A lot of times black people will just off the bat just from what they heard.
Yeah.
You're right. Yes.
Yeah, they'll go right to, oh, okay, you must be an animal.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, you think of, I think he did it, but like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, I think he did, especially after he wrote the book, If I Did It. But I think that it stems from, and some of it was just like, hey, we're skeptical because it could just be this is a famous black man where, you could just be trying to, effectively, I use the term lynch him, meaning like destroy his reputation.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying.
And that's a lot of scenarios where I think there probably is today more value in that because people are so quick to just, they use the term cancel. Do you think, you guys, is that something that you think is a big fear, like the black community? Can I tell you, like white people are terrified of either getting accused or canceled.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's a benefit, right, to a black person. You have more leeway.
Yeah.
Not much, but yes.
Well, definitely more like in the black community. I was just listening to some like here. I was just listening to like Pryor and even like, and I'm sitting like, oh my God, you just switched this from white to black. Like you're immediately done. You're immediately done. And it's funny.
Yes.
It's funny, but yeah, that's the big thing now. People are afraid to talk in the white community. It goes back to
Jack's
the
white. Are you terrified?
What do you think? What do you think is the?
I'm terrified of.
What do you think is the
white.
best way forward? Because I will tell you this: I grew up. This is kind of why we started doing this. Is I grew up in Canada. And I was born in Detroit, but raised in Canada. And I feel like, I don't just feel, but statistically, I grew up in what would be considered a post-racial America, North America, because I'm from Canada. But like the biggest shows were Fresh Prince, Family Matters. The biggest stars at that point were, the biggest film stars were Will Smith, Denzel Washington, obviously the Cosbys. And now, it's almost like, here's black entertainment on this channel, and here's white entertainment, where now it seems like there's more of a racial divide than there was when I grew up. And I don't mean as far as policy, as far as, like Jim Crow laws. I mean as far as, I think people have been told that there's racism so much that people are actually just more afraid to reach across the aisle. Do you think that's true? That's my feeling from the white perspective.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I can't answer because I don't know. I know. Because my students don't have to really look at it, but you sound like different TV, other networks have different shows for black people.
Well, what I'm just saying is like when I grew up, it wasn't like again, we didn't have that many black kids at my school where I grew up, but we had a lot of, and most of them were Haitian in Quebec because Quebec is a French province and it's a French colony, so a lot of immigration. But we had a lot of Asians and a lot of Middle Eastern people, Arabic people, and we didn't even think of it growing up, but we just hung out. It wasn't really like a big deal. And now when you have classes, people are being taught, like white kids, you check your privilege, and you're being taught about racism so much. Like we were taught about slavery, we were taught that it was wrong.
This is not happening.
We were taught about the Civil War.
That's because you're from the north. I'm from the north too, so it's different than it is here in the south.
I don't think they ever taught people that slavery was good.
No, not the slavery. I'm talking about the privilege. Like,
Yeah.
as far as the mindset of different things. It is a difference between up north and the south.
But do you think that's a good thing though, to be instilling in children, like checking their privilege and making? Yeah. Because I think you're creating racists when you do that.
But there are ways to teach and not to make.
But it kind of stems from home as well. The privilege, and then it goes to the school.
No, it is part of curriculum. Sorry,
Is it part of curriculum? Oh, go ahead.
Well, no. I feel like as far as teaching the slavery, or teaching about history and whatnot. I mean, you want to teach people about things so they don't repeat it, but you don't have to browbeat the kids because you're white, you're an evil person.
Right.
You just want them to know what happened. This is what happened, and we don't want that to repeat. But I don't really feel like. Well, kids are innocent, like you said. When you were growing up, you played with whomever and whatever. It wasn't even a big deal. But then once you start to put that in their minds, then they're like, oh well, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I shouldn't play with that person or whatever. I just feel like that. How do I want to explain that? It's like I just feel like when you teaching them in a way that won't cause them to, I don't know, to in a way be racist, because that's like you're teaching them racism.
Well, imagine you're a little white kid and you don't know anything about it, but you're taught immediately. And by the way, it's also inaccurate to act as though slavery was exclusively an American white problem. Like that's just not accurate too. It happened. It still exists today. Like there are
no class is teaching children that slavery was uniquely an American phenomenon. Just that the manifestation of slavery in the transatlantic slave trade was largely predominantly fueled by America. These are different things. Steven is conflating them. Fun stuff.
more slaves right now in the world today than ever. Because most of them are sex slaves. So we just sort of, because we are all way more privileged in the United States, we don't have slavery, black and white. We don't realize that in Asia, in the Middle East, in Africa, slavery is still a way of life. And it's not based on race. It's based on whoever you can subjugate, you know? And that's where the slave trade started, right? Was West Africa and North Africa. Like we talked about this not too long ago on a program. There were over 1 million, white Mediterraneans who were just kidnapped off of the Mediterranean coast and enslaved, like a lot. But they weren't just enslaving. It started in Africa, so a lot of slaves were black, but they also went to the Mediterranean and enslaved whoever they could find, and sold them. And actually, that was a big thing. Think about it. You're the United States of America, and at this point, slavery is everywhere, and it's the biggest export, effectively, from that continent, right, from the African continent. And you want to end it, but you can't at that point because everyone's took the bloodiest war ever to end it. And largely white people, but white and black people fighting hand in hand. You know what I mean? Like, everyone makes mistakes, but to then instill into, and I see this, and I'm worried as someone who has young kids, white kids, where I don't want him to be made to feel guilty for something he had nothing to do with. Because I know that if you tell him, hey, you're basically garbage because someone did this hundreds of years ago,
yeah, that's the problem.
That's going to create more racism.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a problem.
In school?
Yeah, I'm talking about, in school. If you do that and you say, hey, you need to, atone for the sins of your great forefathers, like all of a sudden, as opposed to being that kid who's hanging out with people of any race, watching people of any race on TV, you're going, oh, there's a separation here. And I must have done something wrong because I was born white. And we see that now, where there's definitely, I do think racist sentiments have gone up, just not in the sense that they support slavery, but just people are afraid to talk.
I agree.
And that's something that we run into quite a bit. So it just seems like
there's got to be some sort of a middle ground, though.
Yeah.
But finding it, that's the finding that sweet spot of actually just teaching about history, but not, again, making the person feel like trash.
Yeah, again, like, Steven Crowder's upset that kids are learning about the transatlantic slave trade correctly, and not in the same context, in the same breath as like the slavery that happened due to conquest. Like there are different types of slavery and how slavery was contextualized by society that weren't by race. And what the transatlantic slave trade did was systematize and commodify slavery in a way that had never been done before. And it systematized and commodified slaves based on race.
Because their forefathers, whatever, did whatever. I mean, but we're all human. We all make mistakes. It's like if we all taught real history.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we would all give each other some grace.
Well, I think you're right. And I do think that, since public education, which has been a huge failure, by the way, on all fronts, white and black, but it's been largely run by white people.
Failure.
They've done kind of what you were talking about, divide people and try and say, hey, hold on, look, we're going to give you this, black community. We're going to do affirmative action, or we're going to teach about slavery, and we're going to make it all, like 75% of Southern whites
He got pulled
owned
through a
no
bunch
slaves.
of like
That's a
alternate
huge majority, right? It's very small. And by the way, there were black Southerners who owned slaves too.
Absolutely.
So when you do that, first off, it's not honest, and then you create a division that is just going to perpetuate more racism. And I tell you what, I do see it with younger people now, more than I saw it in my generation, where they're either just completely guilted and they're afraid to talk about anything, or they go, you know what, screw this, screw you. I'm not going to be made to feel like I'm racist just because I was born white. And that's not good on either front.
No, both situations are bad.
Yes.
Nobody's talking, and it just creates more divide. It's sad.
And public education is terrible. It's awful. It's a real problem, and no one actually wants to fix it. It's not a money problem, too. There's plenty of money. It's just, it's not going to the right place.
Yeah, it's going to all the private schools. I don't know if that's the answer either. I know plenty of kids that were that went to private school, and they're just as screwed up as the people that went to public school.
Yeah, well, that happens too. Sometimes it's ugly things happen in pretty houses. A lot of people think if you're wealthy that you must not have problems, but it just comes with different problems in a lot of private schools. But we've talked about with public education the idea of school choice, which just means, because right now, let's say you average in this county, let's say it's $15,000 per student, right, is what we spend in tax dollars. If you just average out the number, one of the solutions that's been proposed out there, and I always talk about this, right? I don't know how anyone can disagree with this, is rather than just send the money to the school, where they get it no matter how they perform, is attach the money to the student. Meaning, hey, this is how much we spend per student, so this student has this credit to take to any school that they want to. If parents want to drive them, or if they want to get on a bus, or if there's, I mean, here you have so many schools that are close together, right? Sometimes you're closer to the school you're not supposed to go to.
But the problem with school choice programs with vouchers is that it is a method of funneling money into religious schools, into for-profit schools. Like that's the problem. And with voucher programs, it defunds. It is basically a sideways way of defunding public schools. That's just how it is. And it isn't going to improve the schools that are currently underfunded. Those schools will continue to be underfunded. Even more severely. Also, chat, I am sick as hell, and we've been going for about 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the content, if you've gotten anything out of it so far, please remember, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos. And, yeah, I think I have to be done. My brain, I can feel my brain shutting down. And it hurts. My body hurts. Did I mention that I'm sick? It's not fun. I can't anymore either. Yeah, also 40 minutes of this, there's still another 40 minutes of it left. Like, this is awful. And I think we will not continue watching this when we start stream on a new day. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you for being kind. I really do value that. How bad is that one? It's him asking the Piers Morgan interview that we were gonna do is him asking like a mafia crime boss if he killed anyone. So you know it's really hard hitting stuff. You know, 5 hours isn't that bad for a 6 stream. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody, and with that, I'm outie 5000. I'm gonna try and do this raid thing on YouTube. Apparently, there's a way that. I'm not gonna try and figure this out. I'm not gonna lie. I have a very limited capacity for this at the moment. I'll figure this out on a new day now that I have a link to a video that will explain it to me in all good time. Good night, everybody. Bye. Oh wait, I'll finish this cutscene first. Might be important. I don't know. I don't want you guys to miss it if you've been watching for the gameplay.
Our little secret. I got my hands on something special. Batamon Trashik Concru. I might later test some when you roll them. Toast to Lisa. And to you. Not bad.
All right. Gonna sleep now, gonna save my game and go to sleep for real. I bless the rain down in Africa. Alright. Did I save the game? Yes. There we go. Nailed it. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I won't be back tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Bye.